franchises in the National League, led by two of the winningest managers of all time, serve as the backdrop. Game 1, best of 5 of the St. Louis Cardinals against the Los Angeles Dodgers. And welcome everyone to Los Angeles. Dick Stockton alongside Bob Brenly, who managed the Arizona Diamondbacks to the 2001 World Championship. We have two of the greatest hitters of all time on display here, including Manny Ramirez of the Dodgers, who carried L.A. on his shoulders last year. Not so this season, Bob.
Well, he carried the Dodgers right into the postseason, and he didn't stop there. He hit over 500 with 4 home runs and 10 RBIs in 8 games in the postseason last year. This season, the last 25 games of the regular season, a .218 batting average with 4 homers and 14 RBIs. If you're these two storied managers, you have to ask yourself which man he's going to show up tonight.
Meanwhile, the other sensational hitter is Albert Pujols, who is amongst the leaders in 11 different categories in the National League, and he leads the Cardinals as he has for so many years.
I'll tell you, Albert Pujols is the closest thing there is to a slump-proof player. There's no one way to pitch him. You have to constantly mix your pitches and hope he hits the ball at somebody. Arguably the greatest right-handed hitter in the game.
And if the Cardinals have an edge, it would be in their first 2 starting pitchers. And tonight, going with Chris Carpenter, the 17-game winner who led the National League in earned run average, going against Randy Wolf, who at 33 making his first postseason appearance. So it'll be the Cardinals and the Dodgers, Game 1, about to unfold when we come back.
We weren't born.
Let's not even talk about it.
Let's do it. You're blinded by the action. You need that.
And here at Dodger Stadium, set to go Game 1. The St. Louis Cardinals winning the National League Central by 11 games. And here is their batting order against left-hander Randy Wolf. Skip Schumacher will lead off at second base. Brendan Ryan will be at shortstop. Albert Pujols hitting third at first base. Matt Holliday will be in left field batting cleanup. Ryan Ludwig will be in right field. Behind the plate, Yadier Molina. Mark DeRosa will be at third base batting seventh. Rookie Colby Rasmus will be in center field hitting eighth. And Chris Carpenter pitching for the Cardinals, facing Randy Wolf, who is 11-7 on the year. And his lowest earned run average since 2002 at 3.23. And so Randy Wolf, who when he was a youngster, Woodland Hills paid to get into this ballpark, now pitching in a big series.
Well, no question about it, Dick. And he's actually pitched some big games in this ballpark as a high school prep star. Back in 1992 and 93, El Camino Real High School. He was a starting pitcher here at Dodger Stadium in the championship game.
And there are many players, including several on the Cardinals, who also played in the Southern California area, as we take a look at the scouting report.
Well, there's no question Randy Wolf really needs to control his emotions. Even during the regular season, he has a tendency to get a little wound up early in the ball game before settling in. Very important that he get ahead in the count so he can expand the strike zone and not have to challenge these Cardinals hitters. He has a 4-pitch mix, fast curve, slider, change, good command most of the time.
And the first pitch of the game is fouled off by Skip Schumacher. So Schumacher, who hit .303, second straight year over 300, and one of the great stories for the Cardinals this year, converting an outfielder into a second baseman who played the position well. One ball and one strike to Schumacher, who will be followed by Brendan Ryan and Albert Pujols.
Schumacher, a perfect Tony La Russa type player. He can play multiple positions. He runs well. He's a contact hitter. And we know how Tony likes to move his players around during the course of a ball game.
And Wolf falling behind 2 balls and 1 strike. Randy Wolf 0-1 this year against the Cardinals, and career-wise 3-5 in 10 starts. Falls behind 3-1 to the leadoff hitter. Schumacher is one of those native Southern Californians, as Brendan Ryan gets set in the on-deck circle. Fastball in there, and the count is full.
I think early in the game the Cardinals are going to be aggressive on the first pitch because, as we told you, Randy Wolf needs to get ahead in the count. They may be aggressive on the first pitch, but after that they're going to try to run up a pitch count if at all possible against the Dodgers lefty.
The 3-2 to Schumacher, ball 4, and the Cardinals have the leadoff man on. Let's take a look at the Dodgers in the field. In the outfield, Manny Ramirez in left, Matt Kemp in center, Andre Ethier in right field. The infield, Casey Blake at third, Rafael Furcal at short, Ronnie Belliard at second base, James Loney at first, Russell Martin behind the plate, catching Randy Wolf. And Tony La Russa's philosophy, always have a solid second hitter. And his philosophy, if you can jump on a pitcher who's looking to find his stuff early, you can get a big advantage, and he has a good number 2 hitter in Brendan Ryan.
Throughout the regular season, if you watched a lot of Cardinal ball games, Tony La Russa really plays 2 different games. The 2 guys at the top of the order tonight, Schumacher and Ryan. The guys at the bottom of the order, Molina, DeRosa, Rasmus. He'll be more willing to hit and run, get guys in motion. But when Holliday, Ludwig, and Pujols are the hitters at the plate, he's going to let them swing the bats.
The lead by Schumacher, and the throw over there. Schumacher only 2 stolen bases on the year. The Cardinals are not a base stealing team as the Dodgers have been. There's Albert Pujols getting ready to hit. Breaking ball, and a fair ball down the left field line past Casey Blake, and it'll be a ground rule double into the corner, signaled by Ed Rapuano, who is the umpire down the left field line. But a double for Brendan Ryan, and the Cardinals jump on Randy Wolf early.
Nice piece of hitting by Ryan. Stayed back on that off-speed breaking ball just inside the line, down past the bag at third. And with those seats jutting out near the field of play, you can see a fan reached over and touched the ball. Ed Rapuano right on top of it, making the call.
So this is a worst case scenario for the Dodgers right off. With Albert Pujols coming up with runners in scoring position, they're going to walk him intentionally and pitch to Matt Holliday. So before, the Cardinals acquired Matt Holliday from the A's. You know, this might be a move that is easily acceptable, but it gets to be a lot tougher with Holliday in the lineup.
It really is a pick your poison situation with Holliday hitting behind Albert Pujols. I mean, this is obviously the move to make. I think 29 managers would do the same thing in this situation.
Well, percentage-wise, you have to do it because Pujols, as we mentioned, near the top in 11 different categories and the home run champion. And here is Matt Holliday.
And this is why it's a pick your poison situation. The batter hitting after an intentional walk to Albert Pujols this season, a .353 average with a couple of homers and 21 runs driven in.
So here is Holliday, who was acquired late in July for 3 minor leaguers, had 4 hits in his first game at Philadelphia. Bases loaded, nobody out, first inning, and ball 1 to Holliday.
Oh, and Randy Wolf really wanted that pitch. He needs to get ahead of these Cardinals hitters so he can throw his off-speed pitches off the outside corner, push the Cardinal hitters off the plate with fastballs in. He really wanted that cutter on the inside corner.
And he misses again, 2-0. So Wolf shaky here in the first inning with Schumacher at third, Brendan Ryan at second, and Pujols the runner at first. There is Ryan, who had that double down the line, and Pujols, who was walked intentionally. 2 balls, no strikes to Matt Holliday. On the inside corner, 2-1, and he really needed to get that one over, Bob.
Just for his own peace of mind out there on the mound to know that he can execute his pitches, hit his spots. Holliday obviously must have been looking for something out over the plate because he got a fastball in the inside corner, 2-0, and took it for a called strike.
Infield playing back, outfield straightaway in deep. And there's called strike 2. So after falling behind 2-0, Randy Wolf has evened the count against Holliday with nobody out and the bases loaded. Here's Wolf's 2-2 pitch. Free, called third strike, and Holliday goes down for out number 1. And a few words for Dana DeMute, the home plate umpire.
A real lack of aggressiveness there by Matt Holliday in a perfect RBI situation early in the game. On our pitch tracks, you can see that ball maybe just a hair off the inside corner.
And still going at Dana DeMuth, not agreeing with that third strike. And here is Ryan Ludwig, who hit 22 home runs and 97 runs batted in, but only 192 against Dodger pitching this year. And a breaking ball fouled down the left field line, strike 1. Interesting that Pujols, Holliday, and Ludwig have been ice cold in the month of September. Only 3 home runs since early in that month, total by the heart of the order. Well, a breaking ball fouled into the Dodger dugout, and Randy Wolf, Bob, who was behind 2-0, settled down, struck out Matt Holliday, and now ahead of Ludwig, 2 strikes.
Well, this is where he needs to be against this Cardinals offense, ahead in the count. A lot of pressure right now on Russell Martin behind the plate. A good chance that Randy Wolf's going to bounce something up there in the dirt, maybe elevate a fastball, but got to be ready to block everything with that runner at third base.
And a foul ball, and Martin set on the outside part of the plate, and that was toward the middle of the plate, although low, and Randy Wolf fortunate to get away with that one.
Well, sometimes you get away with mistakes. Not every pitch down the middle of the plate gets hit out of the ballpark, and sometimes when you make a pitch out of the zone, a hitter hits it anyway.
Cardinals have the bases loaded, 1 out here in the top of the first. And time called, and Martin will go to the mound. to talk to Randy Wolf, who has been the most consistent starter all season for the Dodgers. They really didn't have a dominant number one. Wolf won 11 games. And Wolf, very strong finisher, won 6 of his last 7 decisions.
I don't think there's any question Randy Wolf is the right selection to start game 1. But if you're talking about a number 1 pitcher, the guy taking the mound tomorrow night for the Dodgers is probably the guy that they would tell you was their best pitcher down the stretch. Clayton Kershaw.
After the conference, the 0-2 pitch, high and away, 1-2. Sports Illustrated's Tom Verducci is with us as well. And what about Randy Wolf and his pacing thus far?
Well, this was a concern that both Joe Torre and Randy Wolf had coming into the game, that he gets excited in the first inning. He did allow 16 runs in the first inning in 34 starts this year. But if you notice, the last couple of batters, he has slowed down in between pitches.
1 ball, 2 strikes, and good defensive swing, good protection at the plate by Ludwig. And the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Wolf did give up 24 home runs this year, the most on the Dodgers staff. There's Schumacher at third, Ryan at second, Pujols at first. Cardinals threatening in the first inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 away. Now back on the screen. By the way, MLB postseason in Espanol live. MLB postseason Spanish language feed available via SAP. Cardinals won 5 of 7 over the Dodgers in the regular season. Their series were played in July and August, and they were close as the Cardinals won 3 games by 1 run. Tony La Russa looking for some early production. Breaking ball misses high and away, and it's 2-2. The 33-year-old left-hander waited 11 years to get this opportunity, and there is Yadier Molina, who is on deck for St. Louis. And the Dodgers are looking for the double play ball as Wolf steps off. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Foul back. Good at bat for Ryan Ludwig here in the first inning. And definitely, Bob, Wolf has slowed up his pace to a snail's pace at this point.
Yeah, some of it his own doing, and Russell Martin's visit to the mound, I'm sure, helped him take a deep breath and relax out there a little bit, although it's tough to relax with the bases loaded in the first inning of any ball game.
Well, your first appearance in postseason, and you get into this early jam with the likes of Matt Holliday and now Ryan Ludwig. Pitch hit in the air to short center field. Late start by Matt Kemp, and going out, it's off the glove of Ronnie Belliard, and a run will score, and the bases will remain loaded. Matt Kemp got a late start, and Belliard went out there to short center field, and the ball glanced off his glove. Schumacher scores, and the Cardinals take a 1-0 lead. Base hit for Ludwig, and a great at bat for the Cardinal right fielder.
Yeah, good battling at bat by Ryan Ludwig. Looked like he cued that ball right off the end of the bat. A changeup down and out over the plate. Well, it looked like perhaps Matt Kemp could have called Belliard off of that ball. It was a much easier play for him coming in. You saw him look up at the night sky here at Dodger Stadium. Maybe he didn't see it off the bat, but a really tough play for any second baseman going that far out into center field.
So the bases remain loaded, still with 1 out, and here's Yadier Molina. The outstanding defensive catcher for the Cardinals, who hit .293 this year with 6 homers and 54 runs batted in. Fastball missing outside. 1-0.
With some borderline pitches on both corners of the plate early in the game. It's been my experience with Dana DeMuth behind the plate that he's more likely to call strikes up and down than he is to go off the corners in and out.
Ryan is at third. Pujols the runner at second. Ludwig with the lead at first. 1-0 pitch. Check swing in there for the strike. 1-1. And for those of you just joining us from the Twins-Yankees game, welcome to Los Angeles. Game 1 between the Cardinals and the Dodgers. I'm Dick Stockton along with Bob Brenly and Tom Verducci. Cardinals already with a run in here in the top of the first inning. Loading the bases against Randy Wolf. And a short fly to center field that dropped for Ryan Ludwig, knocking in the first run of the game. This is Yadier Molina with the bases loaded and 1 out and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Molina, as a hitter, really shortens up his swing with 2 strikes, tries to think about hitting the ball back up the middle of the field and to the opposite field.
One of the Cardinals who have hit well in September. Many of them did not, as he fouls it off. And here is how the Cardinals took the 1-0 lead.
Loaded the bases with a walk, a double, and an intentional walk. The little floater into shallow center. Ronnie Belliard couldn't get there from his second base position. Matt Kemp, a late start. He couldn't get there from center field, and the Cardinals take an early 1-0 lead.
And Randy Wolf, starting his first postseason game at age 33, has already thrown 30 pitches in this opening inning. Here's the 1-2 to Molina. And a fly ball down the right field line, and it too will drift out of play. Skip Schumacher walked to start the game, and then Brendan Ryan got a ground rule double down the left field line. Albert Pujols, who was a Triple Crown threat this year, was walked intentionally to load the bases. Matt Holliday was called out on strikes before Ludwig got the base hit to drive in the run. And a big at-bat for Ludwig, as he fouled off many pitches as Yadier Molina. Again, the 1-2 pitch up the middle and gloved by Belliard. The throw to first, and a double play will end the threat. Belliard with a fine play for call on the pivot. And the Cardinals, who loaded the bases with 1 out, get 1 run. Machine. And the batting order for the Los Angeles Dodgers with the best record in the National League. Rafael Furcal leading off. Matt Kemp hitting second. Andre Ethier batting third. And Manny Ramirez at cleanup. James Loney in the number 5 slot. Casey Blake hitting 6th. Ronnie Belliard, who started that double play, will be batting 7th. Russell Martin hitting 8th. And Randy Wolf pitching. And going against Chris Carpenter, with a great story for the Cardinals this year, and an undefeated lifetime record against the Dodgers. He is 5-0 lifetime against LA, and comes in with a 17-4 record, a definite Cy Young candidate, and his earned run average of 2.24 was best in the league. Switzer lines a base hit to left field. So the Dodgers, with their first hit, have the leadoff man on in the bottom of the first.
Well, especially from the left side of the plate, Rafael Furcal likes to show bunt on the first pitch, which he did against Chris Carpenter, then slap the ball to the opposite field. Take advantage of that drawn-in third baseman. You see where Mark DeRosa is playing. Over his head into shallow left field for a leadoff single for the Dodgers.
And that will bring up the dangerous Matt Kemp, and we'll say the same for the next two hitters after Kemp as well. Drove in 101 runs, first time in his professional career he went over 100 runs. Carpenter going over to first, and what a great boost and progress Matt Kemp made in the last couple of years, particularly this season.
Well, no question about it. He was a real good-looking young player his first 2 years in the big leagues. He had a tendency to make a lot of mental mistakes on the field, but has really cut down on those. We talked to Joe Torre before the ball game today. He said he will still occasionally throw to the wrong base or maybe get picked off of a base, but they've been minimized considerably this season.
Career high in homers and runs batted in. Cardinals lead it 1-0. Furcal with 12 stolen bases has the lead, and there's a shot hit to center field. Going back is Colby Rasmus, looking up, it's gone. Home run for Matt Kemp. With one swing of the bat, have taken a 2-1 lead on Matt Kemp's first career postseason home run.
We showed you the graphic on Chris Carpenter had not given up a home run in his last 10 regular season starts. You forget that one.
Here is Andre Ethier, who is the author of 4 walk-off home runs this year and 6 walk-off hits. And then Manny Ramirez on deck. In fact, Carpenter, Bob, gave up only 7 home runs all season in over 192 innings of work. The pitch is inside 1-1 to Ethier.
Well, you really have to take advantage of any mistakes you get early in the game against Chris Carpenter or any quality pitcher, because once you let him settle in on that mound, he's probably not going to make many more mistakes.
And a slow hit grounded to second base. Schumacher handles it for out number 1. So Matt Kemp to the center field bleachers on this one.
Boy, that is center cut. That's about as middle of the strike zone as a pitch can possibly be. And give Matt Kemp his credit. He didn't miss it. Didn't try to pull it. Went to straightaway center field with authority to give the Dodgers a lead in this game.
So the Dodgers leading 2-1 to the delight of Joe Torre. And with 1 out, bases clear, Manny Ramirez. And as you stated at the outset, which Manny Ramirez are we going to see? The one who takes charge and become as productive as he was last year leading the Dodgers into postseason, or the one that was more or less lukewarm for most of this year? The count is 1-1 to Ramirez. Carpenter already named the comeback player of the year in the National League after undergoing Tommy John surgery. And there's a called strike. Carpenter with only 4 starts in the last 2 years before coming up with 17 wins, leading the Cardinal staff this season in ERA. He's ahead of Ramirez, 1 ball, 2 strikes. A ground ball gloved by Pujols, who flips to Carpenter for the out, and there are 2 down.
Look how far off the first baseline Albert Pujols plays. Like with most first basemen defensively, that ball rolls through into right field for a base hit. But Pujols, along with Prince Fielder, play as far off that first baseline as any first baseman I've ever seen.
And this year, Albert Pujols set a major league record with 184 assists. So that indicates for a first baseman that you have to have range, and you do play wide of the bag as he did there.
Well, it's just common sense. More balls are going to be hit to your right than your left as a first baseman, and he takes advantage of that and positions himself in that hole between first and second.
So 2 down to James Loney, Dodger first baseman, and he hits a shot to center field for a base hit. So Chris Carpenter giving up 3 hard hit balls here in the first inning. For call to start it to the opposite field, Kemp's home run, and now Loney.
Now, James Loney had a little bit of a power shortage at the end of the season, but what a sweet left-handed swing that is. Got a fastball out over the plate. Head stays right down the barrel of the bat. A clean single into center field.
So the Dodgers not doing anything differently than they did in the regular year when they outscored their opposition by more than 2-1. And here is third baseman Casey Blake. Over 79 runs, and he takes a strike. Talk about Manny Ramirez's acquisition last year and how he led the Dodgers very quietly. Casey Blake was the other newcomer coming over from the Indians, and he played a major role. Fastball in tight, 1-1.
Casey Blake, one of those steadying influences on a ball club. He never gets too high, never gets too low. He's always willing to do what it takes in a situation to help his team win a ball game, even if that means making an out to move a runner up a base.
Fouls it off. Of course, Manny Ramirez, as many of you know, was suspended 50 games for violating the Major League drug policy. And when he was out, Casey Blake hit .353 in May without their big slugger. Two down, Loney the runner at first. 1-2 to Blake. And it evens the count out. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So Matt Kemp with the 2-run blast quickly erases the Cardinal lead after the Cardinals had loaded the bases with nobody out. And looked like they were in store for a big inning. 2-2 pitch line to center field. Base hit. That's the 4th hit in the first inning off of Chris Carpenter. Obviously not himself, and the Dodgers with runners at first and second with 2 out, and Ronnie Belliard coming up.
Now, when Chris Carpenter is at his best, he can go deep into the ball game and never make a mistake in the middle of the plate. He has made a number of mistakes, that time with the slider down over the heart of the plate at Casey Blake. Right back up the middle of the field. That seems to be the approach of these Dodgers hitters against Chris Carpenter. Stay up the middle of the field.
And that'll bring up Ronnie Belliard. Came to the Dodgers in a trade with the Washington Nationals. Swing and a miss on a nasty breaking ball, and it's 0-1. That was at the end of August, and Joe Torre didn't really know what plans he had for Belliard. Orlando Hudson has been his second baseman. He cooled off in the second half, and Belliard has been a godsend for him. Hitting .277. There's a call strike 2, 0-2.
Now, Belliard did miss 4 games in the last week of the regular season with a pulled groin. No signs of it on that double play to end the top half of the first inning, however.
The .351 in 24 games with the Dodgers. Here's a curveball, strike 3, and that'll do it. And it's Matt Kemp who hit the home run, driving in for a call in front of him to give the Dodgers a 2-1 lead after 1. We go to the second inning, and the ball won the count to Mark DeRosa, the bottom third of the Cardinal order, facing Randy Wolf, DeRosa, Colby Rasmus, and Chris Carpenter. And there's a ball, 2 balls and no strikes. DeRosa acquired from the Indians in late June. And one of those players who only helps a team, as you would know, Bob Brentley, from your days with the Cubs, as a broadcaster with the Chicago club, as DeRosa promptly singles to left field to start the second.
Yeah, DeRosa is another one of those Tony La Russa type players. He can play all over the field, corner, outfield spots, really everywhere on the infield. Gets his postseason off to a good start here. Takes a pitch down and in, lines it into left field for a base hit. You see that timing mechanism he uses with the toe tap with the left foot. I'll tell you, Hal McRae, the hitting coach for the Cardinals, has got his hands full. There are so many different styles of hitters on this Cardinals ball club. Albert Pujols is all spread out, takes very little stride whatsoever. Matt Holliday has the big leg kick. DeRosa with a toe tap. Whatever works.
One of the great hitters with the Kansas City Royals, Hal McRae, and as time goes on, we'll find out what Colby Rasmus's style is. He is just a rookie and had a big season, making the club an off-speed breaking ball missing. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. So Colby Rasmus, 23 years old, taken on the first round in the 05 draft. And second in the National League in home runs by a rookie. He had 16. That pitch is up high, 2-1. There was a thought by manager Tony La Russa that he may play Skip Schumacher back in the outfield at center field and Julio Lugo at second base, but decided to go with Rasmus in center and Schumacher at second. Behind 2-1 and a fastball fouled off. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Rasmus. On deck, the pitcher, Chris Carpenter. There's the defensive alignment for the young center fielder for the Cardinals. Fouled it out of play. Rasmus hit 160 against left-handed pitchers in 09. And a lot of the power for the Cardinals are right-handed hitters, and they really didn't hit that well against southpaws this year, which is a surprise.
It was a big-time surprise when you look at especially the 3 guys in the middle, Pujols, Holliday, and Ludwig. You would think they would punish left-handed pitching, but that was not the case this year.
And the count is full, 3-2. Randy Wolf and the Dodger crowd wanted that one.
And once again, Dana DeMuth is not the kind of umpire that's going to go off the corners on either side of the plate. He's going to make you throw it over the white part of the plate before he's going to call it.
DeRosa with the lead, nobody out. It's slapped, line drive to Blake at third, the throw to first. Not in time, and Loney did all he could do to prevent that ball from getting away. And there is DeRosa, shaken up somewhat as he slides back to first. Rasmus is retired on a line drive to Blake at third.
A little bit of a train wreck over there at first base. Casey Blake got rid of that ball quickly. His throw tailed back into the runner, DeRosa, and you're right, Loney did everything he could to keep that ball from going down the right field line and sending DeRosa around to third base. DeRosa going back in, got his right hand kind of caught underneath. Loney jumps over the runner to get that throw.
Barry Weinberg, the Cardinals trainer, is out to check on Mark DeRosa, who's nothing new to contact like this. He was a quarterback at the University of Pennsylvania in his college days.
He's probably had his hand stepped on a few times before, but some kind of a laceration there. It looks to be on his ring finger of his throwing hand, but I don't believe it's going to take him out of this ball game.
No, not the way he's smiling at Dave McKay, the Cardinal first base coach. So 1 out here, and Carpenter will be the batter. Cardinals getting a run in the first inning on Ryan Ludwig's bloop to center field that fell between Matt Kemp and Ronnie Belliard, driving in Skip Schumacher, and then after a leadoff single by Furcal, Matt Kemp lined a towering drive to center field for a 2-run homer. Here it is again. Looked like that left foot hit his hand.
Well, and if Chris Carpenter's going to put down a sac bunt here, which he's done 3 times this season, you'll see him show bunt early, take the bat back, and then bring it around again. It's something that all the Cardinals pitchers are taught to do.
And he fouls it off for a strike as Blake and Loney were charging from the corners. Carpenter had a homer and 7 RBIs this year. He's looking to sacrifice here, but last Thursday hit a grand slam homer and drove in 6 runs.
Well, and if indeed he's going to continue to put down a sac bunt, he needs to get it to that first base side. Casey Blake is not responsible for holding a runner. He'll be right on top of him as that pitch is delivered. James Loney, however, has to hold on Mark DeRosa at first base and will get a late start charging the bunt.
The 0-1 pitch, and again fouled off. So Carpenter upset with himself, and you could see it at the plate for not getting that bunt down. Now with a long look at third base coach Jose Oquendo. Oh, if you're thinking about last Thursday, it may be best in swinging away. That's what he did on October 1st. 6 runs batted in. But he squares around and strikes out for out number 2. 2 down. Friends, visit TBS Hot Corner at MLB.com/TB Shot Corner to sign up and watch live companion coverage of this game and every MLB postseason game. So the strikeout is second for Wolf. And here is the Schumacher, who walked to start the first inning for the Cardinals and came around and scored their run. 0-1 to Schumacher.
And DeRosa not much of a threat to steal down there at first base. Only 5 attempts on the season. He was successful 3 times. But this is a situation where you might take a chance, try to get that runner into scoring position for the top of the order with 2 outs.
And if he gets thrown out, you have the leadoff man on next. Here's a breaking ball, and it's going to get through past Belliard. Stopping at second is DeRosa. So a seeing eye base hit by Skip Schumacher. And he is aboard for the 2nd time in the game, and runners at first and second with 2 down.
Yeah, Loney once again holding on the runner over there, shuffled off a couple of steps, but not enough range. Look at Ronnie Belliard come into your picture. He's not known for his range defensively at second base. I mentioned the groin injury the last week of the regular season, but narrowly missed getting to that ball.
So Brendan Ryan, who doubled last inning. He is the 11th man to bat already for the Cardinals, and we're only in the 2nd inning. Runners at first and second, 2 down. A fly ball to left field. Manny Ramirez going back, has room, makes the catch to retire the side. The Cardinals get 2 hits and lead 2 in the middle of the 2nd. The Dodgers up 2-1.
of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Back here at Dodger Stadium, Dick Stockton along with Bob Brenly and Tom Verducci. The Dodgers leading 2-1. Already 8 hits in this game as the Dodgers bat in the second inning. The number 8 hitter, catcher Russell Martin, against Chris Carpenter. The first pitch is outside for a ball. Martin hit .250 this year, 35 points below his career average. And it was just an off season for him in the offense department. And there's a strike, 1-1 to Martin. He'll be followed by Randy Wolf, the pitcher, and then the top of the order, Rafael Furcal. Roller hit to shortstop, and Brendan Ryan makes the play for out number 1. Tom Verducci, surprised at what you've seen from Chris Carpenter thus far?
Well, especially in that first inning, Dick, the way the Dodgers attacked first pitches. I talked to Dave Duncan before the game. Carpenter prides himself on not getting hurt on first pitches. Batting average against him was 50 points below the league average in that count. He'd given up no home runs this year on first pitches. I guess Matt Kemp did not get that memo.
You know, it's amazing. Everyone has their plan. They have the statistics of what happened during the year, and all of a sudden it all blows up, Bob, as you know, from your experience in postseason, when, you know, different scenarios arise, as Randy Wolf takes ball 1.
And Chris Carpenter just doesn't seem to have his fine command yet. He's such a good pitcher that there have been starts this season, and in his 28 regular season starts, 23 of those were quality starts. But there have been starts where he didn't have his command early but found his way.
And a one-hopper to Pujols, who makes this play unassisted. So 2 ground balls, 2 outs for the Dodgers in the second inning. Well, tonight's leaderboard is brought to you by John Hancock. Joe Torre, in his 4th straight postseason, tying Bobby Cox as you look at the highest run differential in 2009, and the Dodgers lead the way. And all of those teams are in the playoffs. What a surprise. Rafael Furcal slapped an opposite field single to stop the Dodger first inning. Came around and scored on Matt Kemp's line shot to center field. Showed bunt and took a strike.
And he will use that, some people call it a slug bunt as well. He'll show bunt, draw the third baseman in, and then just try to slap a ground ball through that hole on the left side of the infield. It's kind of a lost art. A lot of leadoff hitters used to use that as part of their arsenal, but Furcal, one of the last of the breed.
And a drive shot down the right field line. Fair ball into the corner. Chased by Ryan Ludwig. Furcal on his way to second. And round second heading for third. And the throw won't even be made. It'll be a stand-up triple with 2 out by Rafael Furcal.
Well, not only are the Dodgers hitting Chris Carpenter, they're making real solid contact. A sinker at the bottom of the strike zone, a little bit on the inside part of the plate, right where Rafael Furcal likes it. Scalds that ball down into the right field corner. Took one last look at Ryan Ludwig, decided he was going to go ahead and try to make it to third base, and gets in without a play.
So Rafael Furcal, 31 years old. He had that injury last year with his back out. 125 games, returned and hit .333 against the Cubs. And here's Matt Kemp, who lined a home run into the center field bleachers his first time. Crowd waving their white towels and looking for another long ball for Kemp as he takes ball 1. So Carpenter has already allowed 5 hits. And he's got a runner at third with 2 out. Trying to get out of this without any damage, and a call strike, 1-1. Matt Kemp, 25 years old. Hit .320 into the All-Star game and then tailed off the rest of the way. off-speed breaking ball in for the strike, 1-2. Chris Carpenter had 3 complete games and a shutout this year, holding the opposition to a .226 average, good for 7th in the league. And an off-speed breaking pitch fouled off again, 1-2.
Here's that Matt Kemp home run back in the first inning after a Rafael Furcal single. Kemp goes right back up the middle of the field and out of Dodger Stadium, which is not an easy thing to do at night. Word around the league is Dodger Stadium plays as 2 different ballparks. The ball jumps a little bit in the daytime, doesn't carry well at night, but it didn't bother Matt Kemp in that first inning.
He had 26 homers and 101 runs batted in, both career highs in the regular season. 1-2 the count to Matt Kemp from Carpenter, and he strikes out, and he gave him slow stuff to get out of the inning as the Dodgers leave a run at third. Albert Pujols will be coming up for the Cardinals, leading off in the 3rd inning as the Dodgers lead the Cardinals. Clint cameraman Luis Navarro, our pilots Matthew St. John and Nathan Brooks. Albert Pujols leading off in the 3rd inning, walked intentionally his first time up, swinging at the first pitch. Big hopper to Furcal, and there's one away. So Randy Wolf disposes of the big gun of the Cardinals on 1 pitch, and that will bring up Matt Holliday, who is upset with home plate umpire Dana DeMuth's 3rd strike call when he went down looking with the bases loaded and none out in the 1st.
Well, he may have been upset with the strike 3 call, but he stood there with the bat on his shoulders to look at 3 strikes with the bases loaded. Matt Holliday is normally a guy that cashes in those runners in scoring position. Maybe a little nerves for him as well.
2nd year in postseason, first one with Colorado as he slashes a single to right field. So that is hit number 5 for the Cardinals.
Now, Matt Holliday is a guy that has power to all fields, and he's not afraid to take his base hits to all fields. That's a pitch right down the middle of the plate. Not quite so sure he knew where he hit that ball. He just knew he hit it hard.
One out base runner for St. Louis, trailing the Dodgers 2-1. Here's Ryan Ludwig, who drove in the Cardinal run in the first with a looping single to center field, and the pitch taken inside, ball one. Ludwig hit 18 of his 22 home runs on the road this season. Short lead by Holliday. Inside, 2-1. Ryan Ludwig, one of the few players in MLB history to bat right and throw left. Count him almost on the, what, two hands, I would say, think. Can't say one hand, more than that. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Just missing outside. And Wolf falls behind Ludwig 3-0 with Yadier Molina on deck for the Cardinals.
You know, Dick, you mentioned earlier this Cardinals team does not run a lot, but it's funny that the two leaders in stolen bases on the Cardinal team are Albert Pujols with 16 and the guy at first base, Matt Holliday, with 14.
A 4-pitch walk, and Ryan Ludwig is on, and the Cardinals have runners at first and second and one out. So Holliday, the tying run, is at second. And Tony La Russa, who's in his 13th postseason and last Friday surpassed John McGraw, and is in second place in games managed in Major League history behind Connie Mack. 2 World Series championships, the last, of course, with the Cardinals in '06.
And if you're not familiar with Tony La Russa's managerial style, he likes to use the matchups in his bullpen late in a ball game.
Fly ball to right field. Andre Ethier going back and makes the catch at the warning track, and that ball kept sailing on Ethier. And the runners go back. So Matt Holliday did not think it was a ball to tag up on, so he was halfway. Now there are 2 down.
Now that's kind of a tweener for that runner at second base. If you do go back and tag up and the ball gets over the head of Andre Ethier in right field, there's a chance you might not score. So he just kind of went a quarter of the way to third base. Ethier makes the nice running catch at the track, and Holliday has no choice but just to go back to second base. Just to finish up with my thought about Tony La Russa, he likes to play the matchups late in the ball game with his bullpen, and he likes players who can play multiple positions. He'll double switch. He'll put his center fielder at second base. He'll move his shortstop to right field. That's why it's so key for him to have players that can play more than one position.
Because he wants his best people out there. He says it's like a basketball team with 2-point guards that are outstanding. He says you're not going to bench one. Find a place that the other one can play. And that's what he's done with a lot of his players. He had those 5 outfielders. One of the reasons why Schumacher became a second baseman. 2 down and an off-speed breaking ball. Swung on and missed. Way in front of that one was DeRosa, 0-1. DeRosa singled his first time up. Cardinals trailing 2-1, but runners at first and second with 2 out. Matt Holliday at second. Ryan Ludwig with the lead at first. And Randy Wolf again with men on base. Off-speed foul at the plate. And it'll be strike 2 to DeRosa. Here's Joe Torre. As we mentioned, 14th consecutive postseason appearance, tying him with Bobby Cox of the Braves to the Major League record. Lost to the Phillies in the NLCS last year. Looking to get to the World Series with the team that had the best record in the league. The 0-2 to DeRosa, and a one-hop shot for Paul. Gets the force to retire the side. And the Cardinals now have left 6 on base in the first 3 innings, trailing the Dodgers 2-1. And the Dodgers, who we mentioned had the best record in the league, winning 95 games, were in first place by themselves from April 19th to the end of the year and could not clinch the NL West until the next to last day of the season when they beat the Colorado Rockies. Andre Ethier, Manny Ramirez, and James Loney facing Chris Carpenter. Strike one to Ethier, who grounded to Schumacher his first time up. That's inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Like Matt Kemp, Andre Ethier drove in over 100 runs, 106 to be exact. First Dodger tandem to do that since 2000, when Gary Sheffield and Sean Green both drove in over 100. Inside, 2-1.
And Ethier was really a money hitter for the Dodgers. You mentioned the 6 walk-off hits, including 4 home runs. From the 8th inning on this year, he had 6 home runs and 29 RBI to go along with 10 doubles.
Fastball fouled at the plate, 2-2. Dodgers were a resilient team this year, basically. There was no rhyme or reason to how they would go against you. Talk about team identity. Joe Torre, had a club that had occasional power. Weren't relying on one man like Manny Ramirez. They had some speed, and everyone contributed. The ball hits Ethier on the foot, and he'll go down to first base. So a hit batsman, and the Dodgers have a leadoff man aboard here in the 3rd.
Looked like that hard slider down and in from Chris Carpenter caught him on the left toe. Well, the dogs are going to be barking now. Ouch.
So Ethier is a base runner, and Mariano Duncan, Dodger first base coach, and Manny Ramirez coming up to the plate. Bounced out to the right side his first time up. Dodgers were 29-21 during Ramirez's suspension. And he has been kind of oblivious to any kind of the criticism that he's gotten for not producing more than he has down the stretch. And there are a lot of people who are feeling that he has geared himself up for postseason. We'll see. Nobody out. Ethier on at first. 1-0.
Well, Don Mattingly didn't want to talk about it in any great detail, but he said that Manny has really been working hard the last 4 days in the batting cage, and thinks that maybe he's due to bust out in a big way.
Got the opportunity here. The Dodgers leading by a run. Nobody out in the 3rd inning. A big swing and a miss. Foul tipped into the glove. 1-1, and that's indicative, I guess, Bob Brenly, about how the opposition pitchers have been throwing to Manny.
They've been going right after Manny Ramirez. A lot of hittable fastballs in the middle of the plate. That time a sinker just off the inside corner. Manny has just seemed to be tentative over the last 10 to 12 games of the regular season, taking a lot of pitches that normally he would come out of his shoes swinging at.
Joe Torre wants him to be simple and go line drive, go to the opposite field. He says some of those line drives will be home runs. When he tries to extend himself and swing too hard, well, we've seen the results there. Don Mattingly looks on. Again, they go inside. And Carpenter behind 2-1 to Manny. Don Mattingly, one of the great hitters of all time with the New York Yankees. Now with the Dodgers.
Right.
3-1. Question, Carpenter hasn't been himself in the early going here. James Loney waiting in the on-deck circle. Five hits and a hit batsman already issued by 34-year-old Chris Carpenter from Exeter, New Hampshire. Time called. Then when you consider that Carpenter has been so dominant against the Dodgers, 2-0 at Dodger Stadium in 2 starts, 5-0 in his lifetime. All 4, and none of them were really that close. And now runners at first and second with nobody out, and James Loney coming up. Time to talk, brought to you by Charles Schwab. A few moments ago we spoke to Tony La Russa, the Cardinal manager, asked him about the fact that the Cardinals had left so many men on base early.
Well, sometimes when you have an outstanding pitcher facing you, you got to go aggressive early because you don't want to fall behind. They came out and they put some good swings on it, but he'll be fine.
We saw a little bit there in the second inning. It looked like Chris went a little bit more to his off-speed stuff, Tony. We saw some sliders. We saw some slow breaking balls to Matt Kemp. Is that something you've seen him do throughout the regular season when he struggles with his fastball early?
Well, he was just trying to get out there, and they were aggressive, and they put some good swings on him. Made a couple mistakes, but one of his best things is that he's got a lot of weapons. He can show a different hitter, the same hitter, different things every time up.
Hey, Tony, congratulations. Thanks for what you've done for the Animal Rescue Foundation, a great charity. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
And both managers have charities that they are passionate about. Count to Loney is 1 ball and no strikes. Single to center his first time up. In there for the strike 1. Loney matched his high of 90 runs batted in last year.
I think Joe Torre's charity right now is a home for wayward base runners. He'd like to see James Loney hit one in the gap right here.
They're not going to be as comfortable as a lot of those pets he has out there in Northern California for sure. And a breaking ball hit to right field. Ludwig coming over toward the line, and he makes the catch. Andre Ethier will tag up and go to third. And there's 1 out. Loney retired, 1 out, and the Dodgers have runners at the corner.
You know, Dick, when I asked Tony La Russa about Chris Carpenter and not having his good fastball in that first inning, he went to more breaking pitches. Tony said he's got a lot of weapons. Let's take a look at the scouting report on Chris Carpenter. He can make 4 pitches look like 8. He throws 3 different fastballs, a sinker, a cutter, a 4-seamer. He'll throw a curveball and a slider to both sides of the plate. Also a straight changeup. He's very tough to run on, only 2 stolen bases all season. And up to this point, he has been a road warrior, the 9-2 record away from Busch Stadium.
Bob, any of those pitches he has not been effective with thus far?
Well, right now it's been the command of the fastball. He's starting to get some sinkers in there on the inside part of the plate where he wants them, but the cutter and the 4-seamer have just not been consistent for him early here in the game.
Here's Casey Blake, single to center field, and all of the hits off of Carpenter have been well hit. Ethier the runner at third, Ramirez on at first with 1 out. Blake with an opportunity to get a run home for the Dodgers. There's a strike, 0-1. Casey Blake missed 8 games in late September with a hamstring pull. In his 3rd postseason. Of course, last year with the Dodgers and 07 with the Indians. It foul into the box seats down the line.
Now, one thing this Cardinals pitching staff, Chris Carpenter included, have been able to do this year is get the double play grounder when they need it. Number 1 in the National League this year was Game 3 starter Joel Pinheiro. Number 10 in the National League was Chris Carpenter with 23 double plays, and also Adam Wainwright on that list at number 19. He induced 18 double plays. Carpenter will go to that sinker a lot more in these situations when he's looking for the double play.
Here's the 0-2 pitch, and fouled at the plate. So the count remains no balls and 2 strikes. 36-year-old Casey Blake.
Boy, that was a slider that came to eat right there. It started on the inside part of the plate. Looked like a good pitch to hit for Casey Blake. That late movement caused him to hit the top part of the ball and foul it off that front ankle.
Well, you talked about the dogs barking. They continue to bark here with players still getting a piece of their foot on foul balls. Ronnie Belliard on deck for the Dodgers. Runners at first and third, one out, way outside. Listen, Yadier Molina, you have one of the best defensive catchers in all of Major League Baseball.
Now Molina only 4 pass balls on the season, and not only that, but the Cardinal pitching staff only threw 37 wild pitches as a staff. That was #2 in the National League. Only the Phillies threw fewer wild pitches. Molina blocks everything.
2 balls, 2 strikes. There's no question that Chris Carpenter has been struggling here in the first 3 innings and just trying to grind it out. It is still only a 1-run game. That's where the double play would come in handy for the Cardinals. And the pitch outside, so after getting in ahead of Blake 0-2, the count runs full to the Dodger third baseman. There's Belliard waiting to hit.
A little confusion here. Yadier Molina hung down a couple of signs. Carpenter shook him off twice. So Molina, rather than keep guessing back there, just go out to the mound and find out for sure what your starting pitcher has in mind.
Well, tomorrow on TBS, the Division Series coverage will continue. First up, the Rockies take on the defending champion Phillies in Game 2. Phillies won today. Then it's our turn with Game 2 of our Cardinal-Dodgers series from here at Dodger Stadium. And finally, Game 1 of the Red Sox and Angels from down in Anaheim. Coverage begins tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Time with TBS MLB on deck. It's a busy baseball week here in Southern California. The freeways will be mobbed. And a curveball grounded fair. Blocked and thrown away by DeRosa into right field. Ethier will score. Manny Ramirez winds up on second. And DeRosa talking with the third base umpire Jeff Nelson. It has to be whether he thought that ball was fair or foul.
Well, from our vantage point, Dick, it looked like it went right over the base. I'm surprised DeRosa didn't try to go home to cut off the run. You see Ethier comes down the line. He's in no man's land. Right there, if DeRosa goes home, they get Ethier. But DeRosa uncorked a wild throw into right field. Remember, he had that right hand stepped on at first base on that pickoff attempt. And that is very uncharacteristic. That ball went right over the bag. Mark DeRosa, normally one of the most accurate throwing infielders in the game, really uncorked a wild throw that time.
But it's a base hit for Blake and an RBI. So he's 2 for 2, and the Dodgers with 1 out have Manny Ramirez at second, Blake at first base, and Ronnie Belliard, who struck out to end the first inning. And time called at the plate. Belliard fouls it off. Many of the experts in sizing up this series said the Cardinals would get the edge because of their imposing 2 starters. Nobody had a better 1-2 starting combination in the first 2 games of the series than the Cardinals, with 17-game winner Chris Carpenter and Adam Wainwright, who goes tomorrow, who's won 19 games. But so far, hasn't quite worked out that way. Belliard gets a piece of it. It's 0-2. Carpenter has had to work. And the Dodgers in front 3-1 after Blake's infield hit. So there was no error, of course, on the throw as Manny Ramirez wound up on second and chasing that pitch up and away, and striking out for the second time is Belliard. And there are 2 gone. That's the 3rd strikeout for Chris Carpenter, and Russell Martin comes to the plate. Martin bounced to shortstop his first time up. Belliard, who struck out with 2 runners on to end the first inning after the Dodgers scored 2 on Matt Kemp's 2-run homer. Strikes out with 1 out and runners at the corner. So now it's up to Martin. Two and 0. Games 1 and 2 here at Dodger Stadium. Tomorrow night will be game number 2, and then after a travel day, the series moves to Busch Stadium in St. Louis for games 3 and 4, Saturday and Sunday. Fastball over to Martin, and it's 2 and 1.
Boy, an electric atmosphere here at Dodger Stadium tonight, Dick, and you know it's going to be more of the same when we get back to St. Louis and Busch Stadium. I commented a few moments ago, this is the first time I've ever seen Dodger Stadium filled up when a ball game started.
And it was only the second time that you ever paid a visit into the Dodger clubhouse. Pitch misses, and it's 3 and 1. Second highest home attendance ever here at Dodger Stadium, 3.7 million. 07 they had 3.8, and when we go to St. Louis, we'll go to a ballpark that had 35 sellouts this year. Meanwhile, Chris Carpenter has thrown 60 pitches thus far. And ball 4, and Russell Martin walks to load the bases. Second walk this inning, and it will bring up the pitcher Randy Wolf. And this inning alone, Carpenter has thrown 28 pitches. So Manny Ramirez is on at third base. Here's Casey Blake and Martin, who just walked, with the lead at first. Wolf bounced out to Pujols at first unassisted.
Oh, I watched the first pitch right here. Randy Wolf swings the bat really well for a pitcher.
Down low, ball 1.
Tries him with a cutter down low out of the strike zone. Wolf laid off. But now you're in the same situation. This is just like a first pitch all over again. When you fall behind on that first pitch 1-0, a hitter can maybe even get a little more selective on the next delivery.
And Wolf has been effective at making contact. Pops this one up to the left side of the infield. Brendan Ryan on the outfield grass makes the play to end it, but the Dodgers add a run, and we go to the fourth here in L.A. The Dodgers over the Cardinals 3-1. And welcome back to Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. The postseason on TBS. Game 1 of the National League Division Series between the Cardinals and the Dodgers. Dodgers lead 3-1. And Colby Rasmus leading off takes the ball here in the top of the 4th.
Well, I would expect Rasmus leading off the inning here to at least give a thought about dropping down a bunt for a base hit. He had 5 bunt hits on the season. We talked earlier about his struggles against left-handed pitching, and this would seem to be the time to maybe think about dropping that ball down the first baseline, trying to outrun Randy Wolf to the bag. You can see Blake is already drawn in, even with the baseline at third.
Fouled off, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Rasmus, we mentioned his power. Only Garrett Jones had more home runs for a rookie than Colby Rasmus this year. Rasmus had 16, and in fact broke Bo Jackson's Alabama high school record for the long ball. 1-2 up high, 2-2 to Rasmus, followed by Chris Carpenter, the pitcher. See, in the last couple of years at the Cardinal spring training camp, Rasmus slowly making his way and finally getting a chance to make the big league roster this season. Full count. So Randy Wolf walks Rasmus to start the 4th inning, and it's time to talk. Brought to you by Charles Schwab. And a few moments ago we spoke to the Dodger manager Joe Torre, asked him how he sized up this game thus far.
Well, I think both clubs are ready to play. It was really nothing new for Wolfie. Usually takes him an inning or two just to get settled down as far as finding out what's a strike and what isn't. But I'm just proud of my offensive guys because they've been pretty patient.
Well, especially your first 2 hitters in the lineup tonight, Joe. Rafael Furcal with a couple of big base hits, and Matt Kemp with that home run to straightaway center field. It looked like a lot of your base hits in those first couple innings came up the middle of the field. Is that something you're consciously trying to do against Carpenter?
Well, I think we try to teach that all the time, Bobby. It's just keeps them in the middle of the field. This way, if there's a mistake hanging there, they can pull it. But this ball club has always come to play when the team on the field seems to be the one we have to beat. And as I say, I thought we were ready to play. Of course, they are too. They're always ready to play, the Russa teams.
And Joe, we top it off by saying thank you for what you have done for your Safe at Home charity. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate it. Domestic violence is a horrible thing, and we're doing our part, and hopefully we'll succeed.
You sure are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Torre, the Dodger manager. Here's Chris Carpenter, pulls back, and the count 1-1. Carpenter trying to bunt his last time up and struck out, trying to sacrifice for strike 3 and trying to move Rasmus into scoring position with nobody out here in the 4th.
And once again, that same sacrifice bunt style. Show bunt early, pull it back, and then get it back out there again.
As you pointed out before, with Loney having to hold Rasmus at first base, the bunt would be toward the right side of the infield, especially with Blake charging at third.
Now, the wild card in this situation, Dick, is the fact that Randy Wolf is a very good fielding pitcher. He gets off the mound quickly, very athletic.
And there's the bunt, and it's going to be Russell Martin, and the sacrifice will move Rasmus to second. So 2-4 on the sacrifice. Carpenter gets it down this time. 1 out. Runner in scoring position in the top of the Cardinal order, Skip Schumacher. Schumacher's been aboard twice, walked and scored the Cardinal run in the first inning, and then singled to right in the second. Low it in the dirt, 1-0 to Schumacher. There's Rasmus. Will walk to lead off the 4th inning. Randy Wolf has walked 4. 1 ball and no strikes. Fastball, and it's 1-1. Schumacher is 29 years old. Native of Southern California, Aliso Viejo, California, just 50 miles south of here. And a fair ball down the left field line. Fisted, and coming around to score is Rasmus with the second Cardinal run. And going into second, sliding with a double, is Skip Schumacher. And it's now 3-2. So Schumacher with an RBI double is 2 for 2 on the night as the Cardinals get closer.
Boy, Schumacher really let that ball travel. It almost got past him before he lined it down that third baseline for extra bases. Manny Ramirez got over there in pretty good shape. However, with the speed of Skip Schumacher, that's an easy double for him. Cardinals have another runner in scoring position representing the tying run of the game.
And they've got Brendan Ryan, who has also doubled for the Cardinals. So Skip Schumacher with 34 two-baggers this year. And here is Ryan, who doubled in the first inning and was left at third base. 1 for 2.
Russell Martin probably had a meeting right there just to remind Randy Wolf who is in the on-deck circle. If you can find a way to get Brendan Ryan out here, either with a pop-up on the infield or a ground ball that holds Schumacher at second base, or even a strikeout, then you have the option once again to walk Albert Pujols intentionally with 2 outs in the inning.
And as Rick Honeycutt goes to the mound, the Dodger pitching coach Jeff Weaver gets up and starts the throw in the Dodger bullpen. There is Weaver, who was installed to the roster because of his experience. And now home plate umpire DeMuth going to the mound to break up the conference. Rick Honeycutt, by the way, as Pujols waits in the on-deck circle, pitched for Tony La Russa and was a member of a world championship with the Oakland A's. Also won 2 division titles and was a pitcher with the Dodgers as well. So there's the man who looms for the Cardinals, Albert Pujols. 1 out, tying run at second base, and luffed a bunt, pulls it back, ball 1.
Now, as Ryan takes his stance in that right-handed batter's box, he'll take a peek out of the corner of his eye to see if he got the desired result. He showed bunt to try to bring Casey Blake in at third base and give himself an opportunity to shoot the ball by him into left field. But Blake is backing up at his position at third.
2 balls and no strikes to Brendan Ryan. Ryan has had success not only against Randy Wolf, but Clayton Kershaw, who's going to be pitching in the second game of the series. He is 4 for 7 against Carpenter, or against Wolf, and time is called.
We have our first official beach ball on the field in left.
And won't be the left. An assist for Manny Ramirez. Cardinals scored a run in the first inning. The Dodgers, on Matt Kemp's 2-run homer, took a 2-1 lead. Added a run in the third. The Cardinals have come back with 1 here in the fourth and have a runner at second, and a big cut by Ryan. Out of play to the right, 2-1. Pujols waiting to hit. Leading the National League with 47 home runs. 3rd in hitting and 3rd in runs driven in. And this one is popped up to the right side. Loney will call for it and make the play for the second out. And that brings up Albert Pujols. In each of his first 9 major league seasons, only player in major league history to hit for a 300 average, 30 or more homers, 100 more RBIs. In fact, in the last decade, he really is a Triple Crown hitter.
Well, I called him slump proof at the top of the show. He can handle anything an opposing pitcher throws him. Can take a fastball in the inside part of the plate, keep it fair down the third baseline, can drive the ball to the opposite field with power, and in this case can stand there and watch 4 wide ones go by as he's going to be intentionally walked.
For the second time in the game, Bob, So runners at first and second, and they're going to take their chances with Matt Holliday, and they were successful with that in the first inning. This will be the 5th walk issued by Randy Wolf. So Schumacher now at second, Pujols getting down to first base, and here is Matt Holliday, who struck out looking in the first inning and then singled to right in the third.
Well, I said it after the first intentional walk to Albert Pujols. I think there's 29 other managers in baseball that would do the same thing. I mean, if for no other reason, so you don't have to answer the questions after the ball game. Why did you pitch to Albert with the base open?
Well, it's apparent that even with the acquisition of Matt Holliday, the Dodgers don't want Albert Pujols to beat them. Big swing and a miss on a fastball, 0-1 the count to Holliday.
And this should by no way diminish the kind of player and the kind of hitter that Matt Holliday is. He's one of the most dangerous hitters in the National League, but you have to pitch to one or the other, and I think this is the common thread. You let Albert go down there to first base, you take your chances.
And Wolf is ahead of him, no balls and 2 strikes. Two. So the crowd settles down a bit, but they're going to be revved up again with the count 1-2 to Matt Holliday. Many of them didn't even bother to sit down after that bit. And here they go. And the pitch. Holliday says he was hit on the right elbow, but no signal given by DeMuth. And now he does. Dana DeMuth indicates that Matt Holliday was hit and will run down to first base, loading the bases.
Now, DeMuth wanted to get confirmation from the first base umpire, Brian O'Nora, that Holliday did not swing at that pitch. If you swing at the pitch and are hit by it, it's just a strike. But you could clearly see Holliday was able to check his swing. The ball clipped him on the right forearm. And the Cardinals will now have the bases loaded.
And Joe Torre out to talk to DeMuth, checking to make sure that he indeed didn't swing, and it was a good call and good cooperation by the umpires.
You know, that's something that the major league umpires have done a much better job of over the last 3 or 4 seasons. You've got all those eyes out there. Take advantage. Make sure you get the play right, and that's what they want to do.
And that's why replay has also been an aid as well. Get it right one way or another. So here's Ryan Ludwig, who's been aboard twice, and now Weaver's been warming up. Honeycutt made the visit, and here is Joe Torre and Randy Wolf will depart with the Dodgers leading 3-2, and Jeff Weaver will be coming in from the Dodger bullpen. So we'll take a break here at Dodger Stadium and return in just a moment. in the fourth inning, and the Dodgers leading by a run.
And Jeff Weaver with that low three-quarters arm slot gets real good sink on his fastball, a lot of sweep on his slider. Ryan Ludwig 0 for 1 lifetime against the Dodgers right-hander.
Weaver was 6-4 in 7 starts and 21 relief appearances for the Dodgers in a 3.65. One the count to Ludwig. And a drive hit to left field toward the line. Coming over is Ramirez, and it's a foul ball. And right on top of it was Ed Rapuano, the
but ran down the line so he could get a good look at that one. Just did hit in the foul side of the line, way down in the left field corner. A long run from Manny Ramirez. He couldn't get there in time. Now Russell Martin's going to make another trip to the mound and talk to Jeff Weaver. See what they want to do on this 0-2 pitch.
Bob, that was pretty close. And 3. So the 33-year-old Jeff Weaver from Simi Valley, California in his 10th season. Jared Weaver, his brother, slated to pitch game 2 for the Angels against the Red Sox down the road a bit in Anaheim. Crowd on its feet, no balls, 2 strikes. Off the end of the bat, and Weaver snares it, makes the play to retire the side. Cardinals get a run, and in the middle of the 4th inning at Dodger Stadium in game 1, it's 3-1. Dodger Stadium, where the Dodgers' Jeff Weaver pitching out of a jam, getting the last out with the big. Has scored a run. And there is a chopper to third, but coming in was DeRosa and makes the play. Anticipated that one beautifully. And there's one down for the Dodgers in the fourth.
Well, that was that. He shows bunt early, trying to draw the third baseman in, and then try.
Again, we appreciate your bearing with us. We have technical difficulties. Some of our cameras are having problems, but at least some are working, as you see Matt Kemp come to the plate. And as you pointed out to Joe Torre, top of the order doing well. 3 of the 6 hits have come from the first 2 hitters in the lineup. Here is Ryan with a long throw getting Kemp. So 2 ground balls, 2 outs for Carpenter against the Dodgers here in the fourth.
Boy, very odd on that play, Dick. Mark DeRosa cut in front of Brendan Ryan, and normally the third baseman is taught to take anything you can get to your left, but you can clearly see him pull his glove up at the last instant, letting the ball go through to the Cardinal shortstop Ryan, who had a really tough off-balance throw to get Kemp at first base.
So 2 down to Andre Ethier, who was 0 for 1, bounced out and was hit by a pitch in the third. So this hasn't been a gem thus far for Chris Carpenter, but he has hung in there. He's grinded his way, and his team trailing by 1 run. And maybe he has found himself. He has gotten the first 2 outs here in the fourth.
Well, and that's a mark of a good pitcher, Dick, to find a way to keep your team in the ball game on those nights when you don't have your best stuff. And it's clear that Chris Carpenter in the early going does not have his best stuff tonight.
Falls behind Ethier, 2-0. And Manny Ramirez on deck for the Dodgers. Falling behind now, 3-0.
Carpenter had an opportunity to have a real quick pitch inning here, getting a couple of quick outs. The first 2 batters for a call, and kept going down early in their at bats, but now.
3 balls and a strike. Neither side has been retired in order in this game to this point. Count is full now, 3-2. Ethier's 22 home runs at Dodger Stadium, most ever by a left-handed hitter. This one is hit on the ground and gloved by Schumacher, has no play, and Ethier safe on an infield hit, really on an outfield hit, and that'll bring up Manny Ramirez with a runner at first and 2 down.
We showed you earlier how Albert Pujols plays so far off the line at first base. Not quite as much with the left-handed hitting Ethier. It looked like he might have been able to make a play on that ball had he continued on, but it was going to be a tough throw back across his body to Carpenter covering first base, so he let it go, hoping that his second baseman Schumacher could get over there, and he did get to the ball, but no chance to get Ethier at first base.
Well, another chance for going to blossom here in postseason. He has yet another opportunity. 2 down, a runner at first base, and it's a line drive down the left field line. It could be extra bases. Ethier around second, on his way to third, and it will be held at third, and Manny goes in with a stand-up double.
It sounded like Manny may have broken his bat on that ball, but muscled it out there into left field, into the corner. Matt Holliday. Andre Ethier, he had no way of knowing that Brendan Ryan was going to drop the relay throw from Holliday.
So 8 hits now off of Chris Carpenter. It is still a 1-run game as James Loney comes up, 1 for 2, singled in the first inning. And as of yet, no activity in the Cardinal bullpen. It is still a 3-2 game. But runners at second and third, Ethier at third, Manny at second base. And a breaking pitch in the dirt. Good stop by Molina, and it's 1-0. So it's Loney with a chance here to tack on some runs. Dodgers have already gone into their bullpen. And it's been a very solid bullpen. We'll see if Loney can add to the Dodger lead. There's a breaking pitch down low again, 2-0.
Yeah, Casey Blake, the on-deck hitters, had 2 real good at-bats already in this game against Chris Carpenter. I don't think he's pitching around James Loney here. He just wants to get him to chase his pitch.
Loney came through big time in the first game of the NLDS last year against the Cubs when he hit a grand slam homer in game 1 after DeRosa had given the Cubs a lead. And now Carpenter is behind 3-0 with Blake on deck and 1 pitch away from loading the bases.
Yadier Molina just took a peek into the Cardinals dugout on the first base side, and Tony La Russa warned him that Loney will swing away on the 3-0 pitch.
Ball 4. That wasn't even close. Blake knocked in a run in the 3rd inning, singled in the 1st. So here's Casey Blake, who hit .345 against the Cardinals this year. With Ethier on at 3rd, Ramirez at 2nd, and Loney the runner at 1st base. And time called at the plate, and Molina will go out to talk to Carpenter.
Casey Blake was a .231 hitter with the bases loaded during the regular season. And once again, Yadier Molina wants to get together with his pitcher and make sure they know exactly how they want to go after Casey Blake in this situation. Boy, and the Cardinals give Casey Blake a lot of room in left center field. Colby Rasmus is shaded about 8. Playing pretty much straight away, which leaves a big gap in left center field.
Strike on the corner. Slider over the plate. No balls and a strike to Blake. We have had base runners galore by both teams in this game. Scored on 14 hits. A hit batsman on both sides. And there's a slice drive caught by Ludwig in right field to end the inning. So we have had each team leave 9 men on base through the first 4 innings. And it's the Dodgers leading 3-2.
Supporting that.
Taco Bell. Think outside the box.
You've had a lot of base runners, a lot of men left on base, and a 3-2 game as the Cardinals bat in the 5th inning. And the first pitch taken for a ball. Yadier Molina fly to right his first time up. Jeff Weaver ended the Cardinals' bid in the 4th inning by getting Ryan Ludwig on a comebacker. Weaver in relief of Randy Wolf, who started and worked 3 2/3 innings. He gave up 2 runs on 6 hits, struck out 2, and issued a season's high 5 bases on ball as you look at the numbers for Jeff Weaver. Came up from AAA at the end of April, spent all of last year in AAA. Second tour of duty with the Dodgers. 2-0 pitch to Molina, and a weak swing and a foul tip for a strike.
Well, Weaver is definitely a ground ball pitcher. We mentioned that hard, heavy sinker from that low 3/4 delivery, the big sweeping slider. When he keeps the ball down in the zone, very tough to elevate against him. However, when he makes mistakes up in the zone, he can get hit pretty hard. The 281 opponent's batting average, a testament to that.
But he has solid postseason experience. Balls in a strike. He also pitched in the World Series for the Yankees. Worked 2 seasons for Joe Torre in New York. So the Weaver brothers active in postseason, with Jared going in game 2. Game 1, by the way, will be tomorrow between the Red Sox and the Angels. There's a fastball strike, 3-2.
We also have the Molina brothers in action.
Right.
Yadier here and Jose in New York.
Benji didn't make it.
Not this year. Although the Giants made a heck of a run at the end of the season.
They sure did. They gave the Rockies all they could handle, and then the Rockies very nearly caught the Dodgers. Took something off that pitch, and a ground ball to Furcal. Very smooth in the field is the 31-year-old Dominican, and Molina is retired. 1 out here in the 5th inning, and Mark DeRosa coming up. No one had picked the Cardinals to win. Most experts said 4th place. Most observers thought the Cubs would win it this year, and the Cardinals, winning by 11 games, surprised everyone, and they did stumble, as the Dodgers did, into postseason. Redbirds lost 6 of their last 7 games. Big swing by DeRosa, who's 1 for 2 with a single, and it's 0-1.
Tony La Russa gives a lot of credit to the pitching staff, also to obviously Big Albert Pujols for keeping the Cardinals in the race early in the season, which gave them the opportunity to add the pieces that they did. Mark DeRosa being one of them.
And then Matt Holliday being a big acquisition. There's a sidearm pitch, hit hard, 1 hopper to Belliard, and there are 2 outs. So down to Colby Rasmus. Well, TBS this November, put your hands together, America. George Lopez is bringing the party back to late night. Lopez tonight, weeknights at 11:10 Central, starting November 9th, only on TBS. Tight game here, and both managers felt it would be a close series. Some felt that the Cardinal dominance in starters in games 1 and 2 would be the difference. Strike to Rasmus, who is 0 for 1, walked and scored a run his last time up.
I mean, for Tony La Russa, he would love to see Colby Rasmus reach base here somehow, just to get Chris Carpenter to the plate here in the top half of the 5th inning, get his spot out of the way. In case Carpenter runs into any trouble in the bottom half of the inning, he won't have to make double switches and disrupt his defense.
2 strikes. There's Carpenter on deck. You know, it's interesting. The Cardinals have the 2 big starters in Carpenter and Wainwright. The Dodgers had the lowest earned run average in the National League throughout their staff, especially their relief pitchers. Shot fair ball down the right field line. So LaRussa getting his wish as Colby Rasmus with good speed sails into second with a double. It is the third double of the game for the Cardinals, and it comes with 2 out, bringing up Carpenter.
Colby Rasmus is just glad to get that left-hander out of the ball game. He takes a middle of the plate sinker and shoots it past James Loney down into the corner. Watch your chairs. Problems in the bottom half. It makes it much easier to make that pitching change.
I'm not sure if they're lion tamers out there with those chairs, or they're trying to get away from foul balls. Here's Carpenter, who sacrificed successfully his last time up, struck out trying to sacrifice back in the second inning. So he's 0 for 1. And waves at a pitch high in the strike zone, 0-1.
Yeah, all these guards need is a bullwhip in their other hand. They would look like lion tamers.
Now the Cardinals now have the tying run at second with 2 down. And the game started 64 degrees, and it's cooled off since then. Off the end of the bat for strike 2 to the Cardinal pitcher.
Boy, and in the case of Joe Torre in that third base dugout, he's just hoping to get through this inning unscathed. His team and his pitching staff is set up very well to close out ball games when they have a lead. There's been a lot of talk here in LA about shortening the game to 6 innings, in some cases 5 innings.
Quo, Sherrill, and Broxton would be the 3 pitchers down the stretch, but we're a long way from that. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And it's interesting that the Cardinals middle relievers are relatively inexperienced, but Tony La Russa going with them, they have pitched the best down the stretch. And he said it was similar to what they did in 06 when they won the World Series, when they relied on and they delivered inexperienced middle relievers. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Carpenter strikes out to end it. Rasmus is stranded at second, and in the middle of the 5th inning, it's the Dodgers lead the Cardinals by 1 run in game 1 of this best-of-5 series, and the bottom third of the order facing Chris Carpenter, who has thrown now 79 pitches and a strike to Ronnie Belliard, who has struck out twice. Ronald Belisaro, the rookie right-hander, throwing, and the pitcher spot is up third here in the 5th inning for the Dodgers. High and away, 1-1. Belisario, who earned a spot on this roster. Here's the 1-1, and it's sliced to right field, dropping in front of Ludwig for a leadoff single. So after striking out twice, Ronnie Belliard delivers with a leadoff single here in the 5th.
Well, his first 2 at-bats in the ball game, Ronnie Belliard overly aggressive, trying to pull the ball into left field. This time he stays on it, even though he hits it off the end of the bat. He tries to go to the opposite field and dunks one in front of Ludwig for a leadoff hit.
And Russell Martin coming to the plate. Another look.
Boy, and as the night wears on here at Dodger Stadium, the grass tends to get very wet out there in the outfield. The dew, the heavy ocean moisture that's in the air here in Los Angeles will cause the ball to hydroplane at times as it gets out there to the outfield.
9 hits for the Dodgers. Martin 0 for 1 with a walk. DeRosa playing a couple of steps in at third, and time called. So you can see that the Cardinal infield a double play depth here. And Jim Thome, who is picked up from the White Sox, is on deck, squaring the bunt, pulling back and taking a strike is Martin. There is Jim Thome. It was only last year that he hit the home run in the tiebreaker game to give the White Sox a 1-0 victory over the Minnesota Twins. And of course the Twins beat the Tigers in a classic yesterday, lost to the Yankees in game 1 of that series tonight. Down low, 1-1.
Boy, that was one of those games, Dick, you hate to see either team lose. Just a tremendous amount of persistence to keep grinding away in that ball game. 163 on the season, and both teams brought their A game. That was a lot of fun to watch.
And back and forth it went, not only through the game but the late innings, and that has to be rank up there as one of the most exciting postseason games ever in baseball. Belliard gets back. Dodgers with 3 runs on 9 hits. The Cardinals 2 runs on 7 hits. Pujols holding Belliard on, and DeRosa now even with the bag at third. Pitch out. Nothing going, and it's 2-1.
La Russa and Dave Duncan in that Cardinals dugout guessing that the Dodgers were going to try to play a little hit and run with a 1-run lead in the ball game, or even a bigger lead in the ball game. That's usually when you take some more chances offensively, but that time Belliard held his ground at first base. Should be a sinker.
And it's low. 3 balls and a strike. So Carpenter, who has walked 3 batters and struck out 3, 1 pitch away from putting 2 runners on to the pinch hitter Jim Thome, who has had some success against Chris Carpenter in his career. When he was a member of the Phillies. Ball 4. So that is the 4th walk. And runners now at first and second, and Thome is going to go back into the dugout, and we're going to have activity in the Cardinal bullpen in a few moments. So now with first and second and nobody out, Juan Pierre will come up and bat for the pitcher Jeff Weaver. Well, don't miss any of the action of the 2009 Major League Baseball postseason. The excitement continues with the Division Series on TBS. Well, here's Juan Pierre, and did he ever deliver with Manny Ramirez suspended? Here's Tony La Russa going to the mound for a conference. The Cardinals had not really started any pitchers warming up in their bullpen. Runners at first and second, nobody out, and Pierre, who can bunt effectively.
Yeah, Juan Pierre had 9 sacrifice bunts on the season. And he too has had a fair measure of success against Chris Carpenter in his career, a .280 lifetime hitter. And in this particular situation, it wouldn't surprise me to see Juan Pierre take one shot at a bunt for a base hit, try to leg it out and load the bases.
So Tony La Russa going out to the mound, not so much to settle down his pitcher. He doesn't need to do that, but more or less talk about the strategy of what the Cardinals want to do in the infield with a batter who can handle the bat like Pierre.
And under normal circumstances, with runners at first and second, you would expect this bunt to go to third base, force Mark DeRosa, the third baseman, to come in and make the play. Now the wild card in this situation is if DeRosa charges and Brendan Ryan breaks for third base, Juan Pierre has to read the movement of the shortstop and react accordingly.
And there goes a play that's on and squaring the bunt and taking low. So the shortstop, Brendan Ryan, was charging over to third in case the bunt was to third. Then DeRosa would have a force play with Ryan covering. So the count, 1 ball and no strikes. You saw the left-hander Dennis Reyes warming up for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Looked like there was some indecision on the part of Brendan Ryan right there. He started toward third base hard and then slowed down about halfway before resuming his sprint to third base.
Here's a 1-0 pitch, and he bluffs it, and it is a fair ball. And now Yadier Molina looks at third. His only play is to first, and the sacrifice is successful. And you have to credit Ronnie Belliard. Very alertly got to third, and Molina had no play there.
That's a big-time break for the Dodgers right there. That ball bunted right out in front of home plate, but Molina just couldn't find a handle on the ball. By the time he recovers, the only play he has is to throw Juan Pierre out at first base. You can clearly see home plate umpire Dana DeMuse signaling that ball was in fair territory when it was initially touched by Molina, and he's just upset with himself he wasn't able to make the play at third.
So now Belliard on at third base, and Russell Martin moves to second. Still only 1 out, and here is Percal, who already has a single and a triple and has scored a run. Dodgers trying to add to their 3-2 lead here in the 5th inning. 1-0 on that inside pitch. Percal bounced out to third his last time up, but twice has hit to the opposite field tonight. Off-speed pitch missing away, 2-0. And there is Manny Ramirez, but we have some heavy hitters besides Manny waiting to hit. Matt Kemp would be on deck, and then Andre Ethier would come up before Ramirez. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Big swing and a foul at the plate. 2-1. So Belisario had been throwing in the Dodger bullpen, and he should be coming in. Reyes, the southpaw, throwing for the Cardinals. 2 balls and 1 strike, 1 out. Dodger runners at second and third. Fastball right down the middle. Strike 2, 2-2.
Carpenter going with that comeback sinker. That pitch started belt high off the plate inside and tailed right back over the inside corner for a called strike.
Time is called. And going to the mound, we have had many conferences tonight.
And I think this one has to do with the fact that Russell Martin, the Dodger catcher, is the runner at second base. He's peering right in at Yadier Molina's signs, and you get a little bit paranoid when the opposing catcher is the guy that's looking in at your signs.
Do you automatically, as a former catcher, would know change signs because you have a runner in scoring position?
Well, some teams have different things, what we call a flash sign, where they just touch a certain part of their body and it changes the signs to a different sequence. This time Molina's not even going to give a sign. He just went out and verbally told Carpenter what he wanted.
And he set up the inside of the zone, and the pitch was delivered there, and Pierre managed to get a piece of it. So Chris Carpenter, boy, what a job he is doing tonight. He has really toiled. He has earned his salary and then some. He's allowed 9 hits. He has walked 4 batters, hit a man. Team is down by only 1 run. Runners at second and third. A good stop by Molina. But the count is full, 3-2. Pitch in the dirt. And the full count.
Breaking ball in the dirt. I tell you, the interesting thing about that is after he went through his signs, Molina gave the signal as if he wanted the pitch up. The only pitch you throw up in the strike zone is a fastball, yet Carpenter threw a curve, just trying to throw off the runner out there at second base.
And a foul ball down the right field line. The counter for call remains 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I mean, I don't know any pitcher where your catcher's going to ask you to throw a high breaking ball, especially with 2 runners in scoring position. So by doing that, Molina was trying to influence the runner at second base into thinking he was going to get a fastball.
Here's the crowd.
You know, you would assume breaking ball the way he tapped his glove in the dirt. Instead, it's a sinker. Up and out over the plate.
Slapped it foul out of play.
A lot of cat and mouse going on here between the 2 catchers.
And opportunities galore for both teams to really cash in. And the Dodgers, as Martin is on at second, and Belliard, the runner, over at third, looking to open up a bit of a margin here. They had a 2-1 lead after the first inning, 3-1 after the third. Here's the payoff pitch, another foul ball to the opposite field.
And Dick, one thing we haven't talked about tonight is Yadier Molina's ability to pick base runners off. If he senses that they get 1/2 of a step too much on their leadoff, he's not afraid to throw to any base. 8 pickoffs on the season, and that's after the entire league knows he likes to throw.
Well, the 10th pitch to Rafael Furcal, upcoming from Chris Carpenter. Again, the 3-2 pitch and another foul ball. This one out of play. 98 pitches have been thrown by the 34-year-old comeback player of the year. Talking to him yesterday, he said, I said, congratulations. For the second time, he says, I'm tired of winning comeback player of the year awards. He's a candidate for Cy Young. Fly ball hit in the air to right field. Ludwig tagging up at third is Belliard. Ludwig makes the catch, and Belliard will score easily, and Martin goes to third, and the Dodgers now lead it 4-2. RBI for Furcal. And the Dodgers up 4-2 now with 2 out. Martin at third and Matt Kemp coming up.
Boy, what a great battling at bat that time by Rafael Furcal, fouling off some very, very tough pitches until he finally got one he could lift in the air to right field to drive home that runner from third.
That's the 11th pitch. And it ended up with a Dodger run thanks to Rafael Furcal, and that's the way Joe Torre's team has played it all year long. And Matt Kemp taking a off-speed breaking ball for a strike. Dodgers, who won 50 games at home, in fact started the year winning their first 13 games to set a modern major league record. They have been tough here. That pitch in tight, 1-1. Cardinals counting on Carpenter in game 1 and Adam Wainwright, who won 19 games to lead the league, who will pitch in tomorrow's game 2 to give them a boost on the road before they go home. But the Dodgers have battled Carpenter through the first 5 innings. Foul on the screen. It's 1-2. Matt Kemp with a 2-run homer in the first inning has been retired twice since then. The only home run in this game. Inside 2-2. Well, you got to admire the guile of that man, Chris Carpenter, and the competitiveness that he has had. He was a hockey player growing up in New England. Time called by Dana DeMuth at home plate.
Well, this hasn't exactly been a work of art, but I guarantee you Tony La Russa really appreciates the effort that he's getting from Chris Carpenter tonight, because as I mentioned earlier, it's been clear from the first pitch of this ball game he did not have his good stuff.
Here's the 2-2 pitch to Kemp. Jammed him and a ground ball foul. So a good pitch in on the fist by Carpenter, and you're absolutely right, Bob, for Call with the single and then Kemp with the home run. And the Dodgers had a chance for more, and that's been the story of the game. 9 men left on by the Dodgers through the first 4 innings. 10 left by the Cardinals in their first 5 innings. So Kemp back at the plate. Dodgers, who have won 22 pennants and 6 world championships. Cardinals with 21 pennants, 10 world titles. Talking about 2 flagship franchises. There's a ball hit out to right field, and Ludwig will make the catch to retire the side. And back after the break. Please stay tuned now for a CNN News Update presented by New York Stock Exchange.
A lot of missed opportunities for both offenses in this ball club, and certainly not what we expected going into this game. You know, the big story was Chris Carpenter going out there and doing what he's done all year long, and Randy Wolf pitching here in his home in Southern California. Neither starting pitcher was on top of their game tonight.
Carpenter's still in there, and Ronald Belisario is the 3rd pitcher of the night. So Randy Wolf giving up 2 runs on 6 hits. Weaver came in and did a good job, and a good backhanded stop by Blake, and he throws out Skip Schumacher for out number 1. Casey Blake with a superb play. 1 gone for the Cardinals here in the 6th.
You see Blake drawn in, and once again Schumacher tries to shoot one by him down that 3rd baseline. Good reactions. You don't have a lot of time down there at 3rd base. Maybe a step and a dive, and that's all Blake had to do that time. A good, strong, accurate throw for the out at first.
Very reliable veteran 3rd baseman, and here's Brendan Ryan, who doubled in the 1st inning, has been retired twice since then. Cardinals have not really seen Belisario. Only 4 of their hitters have faced him, and only 1 time at that. They don't have a hit. Ryan has never faced him before. And this is where the Dodgers start to show their strength in middle relief and getting to the setup people. So it's working exactly the way I should say Joe Torre would like.
Yeah, from this point on, you're going to see a bunch of power arms coming out of that Dodger bullpen. Belisario with a fastball in the mid-90s with some heavy sinking action, a hard slider, and everybody that follows him out of that left field bullpen, right out of the same mold, hard throwers.
26-year-old Venezuelan rookie at a 2.04 earned run average in 69 appearances as Albert Pujols prepares on deck for the Cardinals. Big hop to Burkall, who throws out Ryan. 2 ground balls, 2 outs here in the 6th inning, and here comes Pujols. Well, Joe Torre's strategy of not letting Albert Pujols beat you has worked thus far tonight. He has walked him twice intentionally. So even though Matt Holliday is now a more than adequate backup and a big weapon, they haven't played around with Pujols. He comes up with 2 down and nobody on and takes ball 1. Ball strike. Pujols, who led the National League with 47 home runs, has not hit a long ball since September the 9th. And he had his problems against Dodger pitching this season. Belisario's 1-1. It's 2-1 to the Cardinal first baseman. People are saying arguably maybe the best right-handed hitter that's ever played the game. And you don't kind of shy away from that possible comparison. Two and two.
Good heavy sinker that time, down and in after a series of 3 pitches away from Big Albert. Comes inside with a hard sinker, gets him to swing right over the top of him.
Now the crowd into it. 2 and 2 with 2 out. And a grounder to shortstop, and Furcal in the dirt makes the play. A 1-2-3 inning. Belisario comes in and does his job. In the middle of the 6th, the Dodgers lead it 4-2. The Redbirds with 75 appearances this year. Record was 0-2 with a 3.29 earned run average and 1 save. Led the team in holds. His team is down by 2 runs, but gets ahead of Ethier 0-2.
See the numbers for Reyes this season. Started his career as a member of the Dodgers back in 1997 and 98. Pitched a combined 25 games at the major league level.
And this could be extra bases as Ludwig chases it. Ethier on his way to second and will go in with a double. So Andre Ethier leading off with a double against Dennis Reyes here in the 6th inning. And that'll bring up Manny Ramirez.
Well, as a left-handed hitter, when you're facing a tough lefty like Dennis Reyes, when he leaves that breaking ball over the plate, that's the pitch you have to attack. And Ethier was all over that slider that stayed in the middle of the plate, hooking it down into that right field corner for extra bases.
And Tony La Russa is out to the mound. Manny Ramirez, who is 3 for 3 with a homer against Reyes. Reyes won't get a chance to face him. Kyle McClellan will come in for St. Louis. Inning, Casey Blake with an RBI base hit to make it 3-1 in the 3rd inning, and the Cardinals coming back. Skip Schumacher with an opposite field double in the 4th inning to make it 3-2, and then 4-2 on the sacrifice fly by Rafael Furcal. Big at bat, and that's where we are right now as Kyle McClellan comes on for the Cardinals, the 25-year-old from Hazelwood, Missouri, in his 2nd year. Appeared in 66 games, 1-0 against the Dodgers this year. Got a victory here in August. Lewis saved in St. Louis on July 30th, and facing Manny Ramirez with a runner at second and nobody out.
Where the key for McClellan is his ability to command his fastball. He's got a real good curve, a real good slider, but Manny Ramirez is a good breaking ball hitter for strikes.
Takes a fastball up and in, 1-0. Manny Ramirez finally coming alive with a double down the left field line in the 4th inning. He is 1 for 2, also walked in the game. Ethier, the runner at second. Manny hits a fly ball to Rasmus in center field, comes in to make the play, and there's 1 out. So an opportunity for the Dodgers to at least move a runner over with nobody out. Instead, there's 1 out to James Loney.
Now, some hitters in your lineup, you would ask them to move that ball to the right side of the field to advance that runner on to 3rd base and at least pull within, or rather add a tack-on run, but that's not Manny Ramirez's job. No. He's an RBI guy.
No, but if Joe Torre wants him to hit line drives and go to straightaway, he could get the job done that way. But obviously not just trying to hit the ball to the right side. So here's Loney, who is 1 for 2 with a single, has also walked. All outside, 1-0. James Loney driving in 90 runs on the year. It really came through in the NLCS against the Phillies last year. Ethier with the lead at second. Brendan Ryan playing behind him to keep it close. That pitch breaks inside, 2-0. Cardinals called on Kyle McClellan when Adam Wainwright was on the brink of winning his 20th game. And McClellan, unfortunately, could not maintain that lead for Wainwright. And Wainwright did not get his 20th win. And as soon as that game was over, Wainwright went over to McClellan and said, put it out of your mind. Let's look forward. Don't worry about my not winning 20. Let's get to the playoffs. Says a lot about that man.
Yeah, sure does. Back-to-back-to-back breaking balls here to James Loney, which tells me they don't really care if they walk him. It would set up a potential double play. That time a fastball right down the middle of the plate. The best pitch Loney's had to hit tonight. Boy, this is a laser beam straight fastball. 93 miles an hour right on the outside part of the plate. And Loney's a guy that will hit the ball all over the field. He's not your prototypical RBI guy that has to pull the ball to generate runs. He'll hit it all over the field, foul line to foul line.
Casey Blake is on deck for the Dodgers. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Loney. Ethier at second with 1 out. A base hit to the opposite field. And they will hold Ethier at third as the throw comes to the infield. So Loney with his second hit tonight. And runners at first and third and 1 out with Casey Blake coming up.
Well, we just mentioned that Loney hits the ball all over the ballpark. Molina was set up way inside under the hands of James Loney, and McClellan threw the ball right down the heart of the plate and up a little bit. Ethier, the runner at second base, froze momentarily on that line drive just to make sure it got through that left side of the infield, and that prohibited him from scoring on that base hit to left field.
So the Dodgers now have 11 hits in the game. And in fact, the only inning without a base hit tonight was the Cardinals' 6th, when Belisario retired the Cardinals in order. And a broken bat line drive for the out. The runners get back. So Blake shatters his bat, and Ryan makes the play, 2 down.
Fastball right in on the hands of Casey Blake. Bat just shattered. Little soft line drive to shortstop.
So Belliard will be coming up. Ronnie Belliard led off last inning with a base hit. Struck out his first 2 times up. Hong-Chi Kuo warming up for the Dodgers in the bullpen. The breaking ball low and away. 1-0 the count. Hong-Chi Kuo, who has come on in the 7th inning. George Sherrill, who was acquired from the Orioles, has been the setup man for Jonathan Roxton. This fastball is inside, 2-0.
Boy, and you can see the inconsistency with the fastball by McClellan. He's gotten away with a couple of them in this inning, but he's missing his spots from one side of the plate to the other with that fastball.
There's Kuo coming into the 7th inning, and the time called once again. So you look at the pitching story in this game. You have Carpenter, who is the 17-game winner with the lowest ERA in the league at 2.24. 5-0 lifetime against the Dodgers, against the LA pitching staff that had the lowest ERA in the league. And so far the pitching staff has the advantage.
Now this has fallen into place just the way Joe Torre would like it to. We've talked about the strong tail end of their bullpen. Very scripted in the way he uses those guys at the end of a game when they have the lead.
Similar pitch, and it's 3-0. McClellan falls behind Belliard. Russell Martin on deck for the Dodgers. And ball 4, and the bases are loaded. So McClellan giving up a single and a walk after Reyes allowed a leadoff double to Andre Ethier, and Tony La Russa on the phone once again as Russell Martin comes to the plate with the bases loaded and 2 out. And this is a big opportunity here at this stage of the game in the 6th inning, Bob, for the Dodgers to really open it up. Trying to get the edge in game 1, and Dave Duncan, the Cardinal pitching coach, will go to the mound and will bring everyone from the infield to the mound with the exception of Pujols.
Well, I would guess this is a stalling tactic in order to get Trevor Miller, the other left-hander in the Cardinals bullpen, an opportunity to get up and throwing down in that right field bullpen with big Jim Thome looming in that on-deck circle. And there you see Trevor Miller just beginning to throw. He's one of those guys, however, Dick, it doesn't take him very long to get loose. So if Duncan can stay out there until Dana DeMute, the home plate umpire, comes out to get him.
He's on his way.
Yeah, just take your time, take your time. Molina will take his time getting back behind home plate. And ideally, Miller will be ready in time to face Jim Thome should we get that far in this inning.
Now, this is the second time Thome has come out on the on-deck circle with 2 runners on and nobody out. In the last inning, Thome came out, and then after Martin was walked, Pierre came in and sacrificed, setting up for Call's sacrifice fly to give the Dodgers their insurance run. So here's Martin facing McClellan, and a strike on the inside corner. Dodgers with 4 runs, 11 hits. The Cardinals 2 runs on 7 hits. In tight, a little rope skipping done by Martin. And the count 1-1. Martin has walked his last 2 times up. And there is Andre Ethier at third. Loney, the runner, at second, and Belliard off of first. Strike on the outside corner, so McClellan has made a couple of good pitches to Martin on the inside and then the outside corner, and is ahead 1-2.
Finally showing some command of that fastball. I would guess that Russell Martin's going to see some kind of a breaking pitch low and away right here.
Exactly where it is, and the count now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dave Duncan, who has been with Tony La Russa in St. Louis for 14 years, was with him before that in Oakland. And as Tony says, I go where Dave is. Pitch hits Martin, and a run's going to come in. McClellan hits Russell Martin, and Ethier will come along with the 5th run of the game. Well, that's the last thing anyone on either team had anticipated there. And the Dodgers now lead it 5-2.
Well, we talked about McClellan and his inability to consistently control his fastball, and it really cost him here, plunking Russell Martin with the bases loaded. A rib shot at Tony Roma fastball right there. And now Tony La Russa is going to make his way out to the mound, and I'm sure we're going to see Trevor Miller come in here to face Jim Thome and possibly a pinch hitter for Thome.
And Thome going back to the dugout. Trevor Miller will come in, the 4th pitcher. The Cardinals have not had decent pitching tonight from their hurlers. Deck. Trevor Miller, 36-year-old from Louisville, Kentucky, in his 11th year, the first season with the Cardinals. Appeared in 70 games, And the opposition hitting 197 against Miller, who had an earned run average of 2.06.
And Trevor Miller is the kind of lefty that will drop down sidearm against a left-handed hitter. I would imagine Jim Thome is going to see some very awkward angled deliveries in this at-bat. Thome's had 5 at-bats previously against Trevor Miller. He's had a couple of base hits and has also drawn a walk.
Well, Jim Thome has made 17 appearances in the regular season since coming over on September 1st from the White Sox. Did not hit a home run. But keep in mind that Thome, who is 12th on the all-time home run list, has 2 postseason Grand Slam homers. Loney the runner at third, Belliard at second, Russell Martin at first. Dodgers already with a run in, leading 5-2. So a veteran left-handed power bat facing the left-handed Trevor Miller. Side-on delivery, fouled upstairs, strike 1. Dodgers trying to take a 1-0 lead in this best-of-5 National League Division Series here on TBS. Belliard off at second. You saw Loney off third, and Martin, who was hit by a pitch, on at first. Off-speed pitch, and way ahead of that one was Thome, and it's 0-2. 40-year-old Jim Thome. 23 homers for the White Sox. And there goes Loney, who went halfway down the line. And draw a little reaction from the crowd.
I'll tell you, it's a good strategy. DeRosa's playing way off the line. You can see how much room Loney has. He just keeps creeping down that third baseline. I don't think he had any intention of stealing home, but a lot of pitchers will balk when they see that runner out of the corner of their eye breaking down the third baseline.
Veteran facing veteran. Pitcher and hitter. And that just misses outside. And a ball and 2 strikes. Jim Thome. 564 career home runs.
I'd really be surprised if Thome sees anything other than that sweeping breaking ball for the rest of this at bat.
Close. Just missing the outside corner, and the count even at 2-2. All started with a double by Andre Ethier against Dennis Reyes. Then Kyle McClellan came in and with 1 out gave up a single to Loney. 2-out walk to Belliard, and then he hit Russell Martin with the bases loaded to get the 5th thrown home for the Dodgers. And now Thome against Trevor Miller. And just misses again. Very close are all of these pitches. And the count is full and 1 pitch away from forcing in a run. Call would be next. Go, and Thome strikes out on a fastball, and that'll do it. The Dodgers get another run, but leave the bases loaded. We go to the 7th. It's 5-2. And the new pitcher for the Dodgers is Hong-Chi Kuo, who earned the victory when the Dodgers clinched the NL West on Saturday against Colorado. His first pitch to Matt Holliday misses ball one. And you couldn't choreograph it any better right now, Bob Brenly, for the way Joe Torre would like to see it work out. A 3-run lead, and he's got Kuo in here in the 7th inning, facing Holliday, who's 1 for 2 with a single and was hit by a pitch. Foul out of play, 1-1.
And certainly Jonathan Broxton is the closer for this Dodgers ball club, but we've seen Joe Torre, and we asked him about it before the ball game about possibly using Sherrill and Broxton in different roles depending on who they were facing in their inning. But as it sets up now, we're going to see Kuo here in the 7th. You'll see Sherrill in the 8th and big Jonathan Broxton in the 9th.
And Broxton would be facing the top of the order at that point. Call strike 2, 1-2 to Holliday. And the Cardinals with Blake Hawksworth working in their pen. And Holliday called out on strikes with the bases loaded and nobody out in the first inning for the Cardinals. They took a 1-0 lead, and the only lead they had to inside, and it's 2-2.
Gas. Kuo coming out of that bullpen throwing 95, 96 with his fastball. He'll usually throw to his arm side of the plate, which means away from a right-handed hitter. And with 2 strikes, he likes to go up the ladder, throw that high fastball, try to get the swing and a miss. He's also got a hard, nasty, late biting slider that he'll throw in the mid to upper 80s.
2-2 pitch foul back. Hey, Tom Verducci, Joe Torre has to really like the way this game is going.
Especially the way the bullpen script has played out here. But like any script in this town, guys, it's subject to revision. He did tell us if those big hitters, right-handed hitters in the middle of the order come up in the 8th inning, he could turn to Broxton then because Sherrill gives him coverage in the 9th inning. But 90% of the time, it's Kuo, Sherrill, Broxton.
And the way it's set up, Tom, is that you've got the cleanup hitter up right now. So you would have perhaps the bottom of the order coming up in the 8th inning and then the top. In other words, Pujols would be batting in the 9th inning. So you're right, it would go according to order right now, I would think, Bob, with Broxton going in the 9th.
Yeah, you would certainly anticipate that unless the Cardinals were able to have some kind of an extended inning here in the 7th.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Matt Holliday. And the count is full, 3-2. So the Cardinals trailing by 3 runs. They've scored their runs in the 1st and 4th innings. Looking to get the leadoff man on with Ludwig waiting to hit.
Boy, a borderline pitch got the reaction of the crowd. Might have nipped that outside corner ever so slightly, but Dana Demuth consistently with his strike zone tonight refuses to go off the corners.
Right 3, and Holliday strikes out for the 2nd time. 1 gone in the 7th inning.
Boy, absolutely nothing tricky about Kuo against Matt Holliday in that at bat. He says, you're going to have to hit my fastball if you want to get on base. 97 down the middle, and one of the best hitters in the National League came up empty.
So Holliday managing a single in 3 at-bats, and here's Ryan Ludwig, who drove in the first Cardinal run with a single to center field in the 1st inning, walked in the 3rd, and bounced out. Pitcher to first in the 4th. Right now the Cardinals looking for base runners, down by 3 runs here in the 7th inning. And the first pitch in for strike 1. Ryan Ludwig, 31 years old. Tony La Russa trying to see if his team can get something going and inch closer to the Dodgers. Here's the 0-1 to Ludwig, and a ground ball hit to Belliard at second base. 2 gone here in the 7th inning. Well, the drama of the NBA tips off Saturday, October 10th at 9:30 p.m. Watch the Golden State Warriors take on the Phoenix Suns. The NBA on TNT presents the Autotrader.com Open only on TNT. And the moon high over Dodger Stadium, beyond the right field line, as Yadier Molina comes up with 2 out, nobody on base. Down low, ball 1. So in a game in which we've had countless threats and base runners and men left on base, Dodger pitching has retired 6 batters in a row. Chasing that fastball away. 1-1 to Molina. Left-hander Hong Chi-Kuo, 27 years old, from Taiwan. 5th year in the big leagues. 1-1 pitched inside to Molina, 2-1. There is Hawksworth, who's been throwing. Dodger bullpen is quiet. And a ground ball through the hole and a base hit for Molina with 2 outs here in the 7th. That's hit number 8 for the Cardinals, and it'll bring up Mark DeRosa. DeRosa singled his first time up. He's 1 for 3.
And Mark DeRosa very adept at inside outing the ball to the right side of the field. And with James Loney holding on Yadier Molina over there, especially as hard as Kuo is throwing here tonight, it wouldn't surprise me to see DeRosa take a shot to that right side of the infield here with 2 outs.
You talk about how valuable he's been to the Cardinals, and of course you know as well, having been with the Cubs, what he meant to the Cubs in the last year.
He's just a pro. He's a pro ball player. He lives for this game. He lives for these kind of situations, trying to get his team back into the ball game here.
Rasmus on deck, but there are 2 out. First pitch, 1-0 the count to DeRosa. Hong Chi-Kuo working the 7th inning after Ronald Belisario retired the Cardinals in order in the 6th. DeRosa had 23 home runs, and that was a career high for him with both the Indians and the Cardinals, and took a home run cut there. It's 1-1. Colby Rasmus on deck. If DeRosa could keep it alive. A good pitch by Kuo. Jammed DeRosa, got a piece of it. It's 1-2.
Boy, after throwing a lot of fastballs away to Matt Holliday, to a fastball to Ludwig on the outside part of the plate, here to Mark DeRosa, just rushing him inside on the hands, getting a couple of foul balls to run the count to 1-2.
And the crowd looking for the pitch to retire the Cardinals here in the 7th. A slow hit foul ball, so we'll do it again. Cardinals took the 1-0 lead and didn't last very long, as Matt Kemp, after Furcal led off the first inning with a single for the Dodgers, homered to center field, a line shot, and the Dodgers have never trailed. They were up 3-1, 3-2, 4-2, and now leading 5-2 as the Cardinals try to threaten here in the 7th.
And once again, Russell Martin's going to make a trip to the mound. Kuo went through all the pitches he had. Russell Martin called for a fastball away. He shook it off. Fastball in. He shook that off. He called for a slider in. Kuo shook that off. Martin had started to call for a slider away and then realized that's not the pitch you want to throw to Mark DeRosa in this situation. They've had success pounding him in hard on the hands with fastballs. And I think Kuo should stay with that fastball, either up or inside once again.
And there's a base hit to right field. So as you pointed out, DeRosa has done this, goes to the opposite field. Smart hitting by Mark DeRosa. Molina goes to second and 2 out. Now 2 on for the Cardinals.
A hittable fastball that time from Kuo. You can see Russell Martin had slid way out on the outside corner, and that 96-mile-an-hour heater was in the middle of the plate. An inside-out swing produces a base hit to right field.
And the Cardinals are going to send up Troy Gloss to pinch hit for Colby Rasmus. And going to the mound is Rick Honeycutt, as Troy Gloss, who was up only 29 times over 14 games and missed the first 5 months recovering from surgery, and then had a couple of setbacks in rehab. He had that shoulder surgery. And Troy Gloss, who was the World Series MVP in 2003, will come up and pinch hit for Colby Rasmus. Make it 2002.
Now, Angel fans will remember Troy Gloss and Tim Salmon, the two big thumpers in the middle of that Angels lineup. George Sherrill beginning to crank it up quickly in that Dodgers bullpen.
Well, Tom Verducci said we're in Hollywood and sometimes scripts get revised. And hoping Sherrill would come up unscathed with the 3-run lead, and still might. But there are 2 out, and Gloss facing Quo. Ball 1 inside.
Gloss 0 for 3 lifetime against the Dodger left-hander with a strikeout. He did also draw a walk, but that's not what he has in mind right here.
Played 7 years with the Angels. There's DeRosa, the runner at first. You saw Molina with the lead at second. Tying run at the plate. And a big swing and a miss. And it's 1-1 to Troy Gloss. Big at bat for the Cardinals here. One swing of the bat could tie it up.
Strength on strength. High fastball to a pretty good high fastball hitter. That time Gloss just could not catch up.
And stepping off the rubber is Quo. Cardinals have moved Julio Lugo into the on-deck circle. So if Gloss can keep it going, would be batting for the pitcher. A swing and a miss, just challenging Troy Gloss is Hong-Chi Quo.
That fastball a little better located up and in out of the strike zone. Gloss just couldn't hold up once he got that bat started. Probably see him keep climbing up that ladder.
Missing inside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So with 2 out, the Cardinals trying to climb back against Quo, who started this inning as the 4th pitcher for the Dodgers. Molina singled and followed by DeRosa's base hit. And here is Troy Gloss batting for Rasmus. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Got a piece of it.
Now that pitch was down in the zone, and Gloss had a better swing at it that time, fouling it straight back over the head of Russell Martin and Dana Demuth to the backstop. When you see a hitter start to get closer and closer and closer to that mid-90s fastball, you wonder at what point Russell Martin's going to call for that slider.
Sets up on the inside part of the plate and strikes out Gloss with a fastball. Great pitching by Hong-Chi Quo, and the Cardinals leave 2 on base as the Dodgers come up in the 7th, still up. National League Division Series coverage on TBS is presented by BlackBerry. This is game 1 of the best of 5. And the Dodgers leading 5-2 as they bat in the 7th inning against the 5th pitcher of the night for the Cardinals, Blake Hawksworth. Julio Lugo has gone into play second base. There is Hawksworth. And Skip Schumacher moves into center field, replacing Colby Rasmus, who was hit for by Troy Gloss in high drama in that 7th inning, Bob Brenly, when Quo challenged Gloss with 2 fastballs, struck him out, leaving 2 on base.
Good old-fashioned country hardball. Quo said, here's my best heater, see if you can handle it. Troy Gloss has always been a pretty good fastball hitter throughout his career, but that time Quo got the better of him. Right-hander Blake Hawksworth will take over now for the Cardinals, a fastball, curveball, slider pitcher.
There you see 30 appearances this year, and in 2 appearances has a victory over the Dodgers. He got the victory in a Cardinal 3-2 win in a 15-inning affair on July the 29th. So Tony La Russa going to 5 pitchers, starting with Chris Carpenter, who worked 5 innings and gave up 4 runs on 9 hits. He walked 4 and hit a batter, and is the pitcher of record if the score remains as it is. That's Rick Honeycutt with a more than a word of encouragement for Hong-Chi Quo, who pitched out of a 2-out jam in the 7th inning. So the Dodgers batting, and it's the top of their order. Rafael Furcal against Blake Hawksworth. Furcal is 2 for 3 and an RBI sacrifice fly, and it was a big one in the 5th inning. DeRosa playing a couple of steps in at third, and the pitch low, ball 1. Furcal singled and came around on Matt Kemp's home run in the 1st inning, and tripled with 2 out in the 2nd inning, and was left at third. Pop foul out of play. Well, we already have a division series record. 25 men left on base combined. Sets a division series record in the major leagues in a 9-inning game. And we're only in the bottom of the 7th. Hawksworth 1-1 pitch. A big cut, 1-2. George Sherrill throwing in the Dodger bullpen. And in the top of the 8th, will face the number 9 pinch hitter, and then the top of the order for St. Louis. Reaching out and serving a base hit to left field. Magic with the bat tonight, Bob, is Rafael Furcal, who has his 3rd hit of the game.
Well, that is very frustrating for a pitcher when you make a good pitch like Hawksworth did, a sinker off the plate low and away, and Rafael Furcal just spoils it. Drop the head of the bat on the ball, just flip it out there into left field for a base hit. The ball wasn't even in the strike zone. Tremendous plate coverage that time by Furcal.
Somehow, some way, he always seems to play big when he needs to. And of course, we talked about the injury he had, this most of 08 with an injured lower back, and then returned and came through against the Cubs. So here's Matt Kemp. 1st inning 2-run homer put the Dodgers in front, and they've never been headed since. Fastball in tight, 1-0. There's the lead line.
That's 9 feet right there, which would be considered a really good lead. Right near that cutout of the grass on the first base side. You can see Furcal is out there and will probably take another step. Well, maybe not. A lot of times after that pitcher comes to the set position, Furcal will take one more big step on his lead over there. That time he held right about the 9-foot mark.
Count is 2-0, and a good opportunity to play the running game if you're Joe Torre with a 3-run lead here in the 7th inning. And you have a young pitcher on the mound, and you have some solid hitters coming up next. And normally you wouldn't want to take that chance, but with Ethier and then Ramirez and Loney, why not? Getting back is Furcal.
I think the big determining factor in whether you play hit and run or whether you just let Kemp pick a pitch to hit is just that. You want Kemp to pick the pitch he wants to swing at. He's a dangerous hitter, as he proved in his first at bat of this ball game. Can make a lot of noise with one swing. If you play hit and run, you force him to swing at whatever Hawksworth throws up there.
And he squared around a bunt and takes a strike. This was the home run you're talking about, and a line shot to center.
He got every bit of it too to straightaway center field here at Dodger Stadium. Up in the pavilion seats, put the Dodgers ahead in the ball game after the Cardinals had scored one in the top of the first. The two-run homer by Kemp gave the Dodgers a lead, and they haven't looked back.
Going over to first and diving back is Furcal.
A little lean that time from Rafael Furcal over there at first base. Looked like he was trying to get out there and time Hawksworth's delivery and get a little bit of a quick jump. Was just able to get back in on his belly ahead of the tag.
And if you want to look at a barometer with Furcal's getting the single to start the 7th inning, it's the 5th time that the Dodgers have had their leadoff man on, and the previous 4 have come around and scored. Count is 2-1 to Matt Kemp. Nobody out here in the 7th, and again diving back is Furcal. A lot of mustard on that throw to first by Hawksworth.
You'll notice that most of the Cardinal pitchers, Hawksworth is one of the exceptions, most of the Cardinal right-handers work from the first base side of the rubber, and it's granted a very small edge, but it does put you about 8 to 10 inches closer to first base on those pickoff attempts.
He went around on the swing, says Dana DeMuth, and it's 2-2.
Good off-speed pitch that time, and Kemp just not able to check his swing.
You're right, Dana DeMuth has been consistent behind the plate, and that's all you want. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dodgers with 2 in the first. We showed you Kemp's home run and single runs in the 3rd, 5th, and 6th innings. And Kemp strikes out for the first out in the 7th inning.
A quality sinker that time from Hawksworth. Pitch starts on the inside corner. Look at the movement. Actually 84 miles an hour. That was probably a changeup or a split finger, some kind of an off-speed pitch that had that kind of downward movement on the inside part of the plate to get strike 3 on Matt Kemp.
And Kemp is out. Retired 4 times in a row since his first inning home run. And here is Andre Ethier. Bounced out, was hit by a pitch, scored a run, and then a single and a double. So Ethier has scored twice. Fouls this off to the left, out of play. Ethier with 2 hits. Manny Ramirez, who's on deck, has 1. Loney and Blake also with 2 hits, but Furcal with 3 leads the parade for the Dodgers. He's on at first, held on by Pujols. Missing inside. Count 1 ball and 1 strike.
I mentioned earlier about Yadier Molina, his ability to pick base runners off, and he loves to do it with a left-handed hitter at the plate because the runner at first base is somewhat screened. You don't see the catcher come out of the chute quickly. Molina many times will step right behind that left-handed batter on an inside pitch and fire a pickoff move to first.
1 off-speed pitch, 2 balls and a strike to Ethier. You saw Manny Ramirez on deck for the Dodgers, who have 12 hits tonight. Chris Carpenter started the game and gave up 9 of those hits. 26-year-old Blake Hawksworth. And the runner goes, and Ethier pops it up. Molina coming over toward the Dodger dugout, can't make it, as he tried to reach in and backhand it. And Furcal was off on the pitch. He'll come back to first, and the count 2-2.
Molina uses every bit of the field, gets over there, tries to reach over that bar. You can see him bouncing on top of that railing as he got over there. Heads up camera.
You knew he would have the shot from that camera, but when we just saw that last replay, I'm going to say something's coming from that one. And sure enough, right into your living room. 2-2 to Andre Ethier with 1 out. The call was running on the last pitch, doesn't go this time. It's inside, and the count is full. Andre Ethier knocking in 106 runs on the year. He was outstanding here at Dodger Stadium with the long ball, and now the crowd looking for Ethier to deliver again. Here's the 3-2. The runner goes. The pitch outside. Ball 4. And the runners are at first and second as Ethier draws a walk. And right now, let's check in with Ernie Johnson. EJ. All right, Ernie, thank you very much. So the home team is victorious in the first 2 games of the divisional series on TBS. Home team, the Dodgers leading here 5-2. Here's Manny Ramirez, 1 for 3 with a double in the 4th inning. 2 on, 1 out. Dodgers looking to pad their lead as Ramirez fouls off a pitch in on the 5th, strike 1. Ramirez leading the major leagues with 28 postseason home runs, but he has not hit a home run since September the 18th. It's a good fastball to foul back. That was a good pitch for Ramirez to hit, but Hawksworth is ahead of him 0-2. Chris Carpenter started, then Dennis Reyes faced 1 batter. Kyle McClellan worked 2/3 of an inning. Trevor Miller, and now Blake Hawksworth. Vercall leads off second, Ethier off first. There's a chopper to shortstop. Ryan going over to Lugo. The throw to first for an inning double play. And the Dodgers get the leadoff man on, but don't score. We go to the 8th. It's 5-2 Los Angeles. 32-year-old George Sherrill coming in here in the 8th inning, and the 5th pitcher of the night for the Dodgers. Big acquisition at the end of July from the Baltimore Orioles, and Lugo takes the strike.
Yeah, he was having a good year for the Orioles at the beginning of the season. Pitched in 42 ball games, an 0-1 record with a 2.40 ERA and 20 saves. It even got better with the Dodgers in 30 ball games, an 0.65 earned run average.
And Lugo pops it up to the right side of the infield. Loney makes the catch, and there's one out. So a big acquisition for the Dodgers. They didn't make many big ones, Tom Verducci, but Sherrill ranks right up there at the top.
A big one. We got the Cardinals moves with Matt Holliday, got a lot of attention. This was an under the radar move when a lot of people were asking, are the Dodgers going to get a starting pitcher such as Roy Halladay? GM Ned Colletti went out and got really what is the final piece to the bullpen in getting George Sherrill. 30 appearances for the Dodgers, allowing only 2 runs.
Tremendous, Tom. Thank you. Sports Illustrated's Tom Verducci and Skip Schumacher taking ball 1. Sherrill scoreless relief in 28 of his 30 outings since joining the Dodgers, allowing, as you mentioned, the 2 runs in 27 2/3. That's as good as it gets. Inside, and that hits Schumacher. Got him on the uniform, and so Skip Schumacher will trot down to first with 1 out.
It looked like it just caught a piece of his uniform there. A fastball that runs up and in. Yeah, unlike the other late inning relievers that you'll see out of that bullpen for the Dodgers, George Sherrill is not overpowering. His fastball sits at 88 to 91 miles an hour. He's got a pretty good slider to go along with it, but his claim to fame is his command. He can put that fastball wherever he wants, with the exception of the hit by pitch to Schumacher.
So with 1 out, Brendan Ryan, the batter. Ryan doubled in his first at bat. He's 1 for 4. George Sherrill, who had limited left-handers to a 128 average, lost one there by nicking Schumacher in the shirt. And the first pitch to Ryan, down low, ball 1. Jonathan Broxton, the closer, is up in the Dodger bullpen. Mitchell Boggs, a rookie, throwing for the Cardinals. .0 by Sherrill. That's a strike. 1-1. Last year was the first year as a closer and had 31 saves. Traded to Baltimore from Seattle for Eric Bedard. And when he came to the Dodgers, Joe Torre made no bones about it. You're not going to be the closer here. Even though at times he's been used in that role. 1-2, the count to Ryan.
Well, it's a great luxury for any manager to have a right-handed closer like Jonathan Broxton, who could come in and overpower the opposition, and also have a left-handed guy who has closed games in George Sherrill.
We have seen to this point why the Dodgers had the lowest earned run average in the National League. Overall, including starters and the relievers. 1-2 pitch, hit in the air to short right field. Coming on in is Ethier to make the catch. Schumacher goes back to first, and there are 2 down. Well, TNT this December. Story about life on the other side of the middle. Don't miss the new series premiere of Men of a Certain Age. That's December 7th at 10, 9 Central, only on TNT. Well, it's been a quiet night for Albert Pujols, and we talked about before the game Manny Ramirez and Pujols, and we've had just 1 hit between those 2 outstanding hitters, and here comes Pujols, who is 0 for 2 with 2 walk contention.
I'll tell you, that's a big out to Brendan Ryan right there. Had Ryan reached, Albert Pujols would represent the tying run in the ball game, and I think you might have seen Joe Torre go to his closer here in the 8th inning. But because Ryan popped that ball out to right field, now even if Big Albert hits a home run, the Dodgers still have a 1-run lead in the game. So Joe is going to allow his left-hander to face Albert Pujols, the first matchup between these 2.
And you're right, with the right-handed hitters, not only Pujols but Holliday and Ludwig, the percentages would have been for Broxton. And as Torre and Tony La Russa said, you've got to do anything to win this game. And you know what? Joe Torre is going to do that right now.
He's going to do it anyway.
So Jonathan Broxton is going to come on in and try to get an inning and a third save. Well, a save out of that with a 3-run lead. He would be eligible for a save. So Broxton faces Pujols when we come back to Dodger Stadium. So Jonathan Broxton coming on with 36 saves, 6th in the league, and a 2.61 earned run average in 73 appearances. And he is a bull.
Boy, he is a big boy out there on the mound. 114 strikeouts in only 76 innings pitched. And when you see numbers like that, you can be pretty sure that he's got a power arm. There is no question about it. He loves his fastball, loves to challenge opposing hitters. He also has a slider and a split finger that he'll use depending on game situation. It doesn't factor into this particular equation with Albert Pujols at the plate, but you can run on Broxton. He's very slow to the plate. 7 out of 8 successful base stealers this year.
And Albert Pujols 1 for 10 against Jonathan Broxton. 2 out. Schumacher the runner at first base. Dodgers lead at 5-2. The first pitch, ball 1. Pujols, who was grounded twice to shortstop and on 2 occasions was walked intentionally. Matt Holliday would be next. So a marquee matchup here, and Broxton falling behind 2-0. Broxton, by the way, had 2 saves against the Dodgers. So he saved both of the Dodger victories over the Cardinals, who won the season series 5-2. That's in there for a strike, 2-1.
99 miles an hour at the bottom of the kneecaps. There's not much any hitter can do with that pitch. Broxton really gets that ball going down the hill, stands tall on that mound.
The 2-1 outside, and Martin really extending himself to prevent that ball from going all the way back to the screen. It's 3-1 now to Pujols with Holliday on deck.
It's easy to see an outfielder or an infielder show their range, but Russell Martin showing his range behind the plate there. In about a half a second, he had to react to that fastball way outside.
Pujols concentrating against Broxton, who has an 0.40 ERA at Dodger Stadium and has not given up a home run this year. And a chopper to third. Blake guns it over, and that'll do it. So Broxton gets Pujols, and the Cardinals come up in the 9th inning, and it's the Dodgers still leading 5-2. Lead for the Cardinals. They scored a run in the first inning, left 2 on base, and then the 2-run homer by Matt Kent gave the Dodgers a 2-1 lead, and they haven't looked back. And tomorrow in Game 2 here at Dodger Stadium, Adam Wainwright, who led the National League with 19 victories against Clayton Kershaw, who in his last outing in the clinching game against the Rockies struck out 10, including the first 5 he faced.
Wainwright has pitched like an ace this year, and Kershaw is an ace in waiting for this Dodgers ball club.
And Mitchell Boggs, who is the 6th pitcher of the night for the Cardinals, delivers a ball to James Loney, who is 2 for 3 with a walk. So he's been on base 3 times tonight. Check swing, but it's a ball strike. One and one to Loney. Be followed by Casey Blake and Ronnie Belliard. Well, both teams have left a total of 27 runners on base, which is now a Major League Baseball postseason record for a 9-inning game. Ground ball hit to Lugo, and Loney's retired for out number 1. So postseason record. That includes championship series, division series, and World Series in both leagues for a 9-inning game, 27 runners left on base.
I'm not sure if that speaks to the inability of the hitters to cash in on opportunities or the exceptional ability of the pitchers to make good pitches when they were in trouble.
Probably a combination of both.
Probably a combination.
Casey Blake. Ball 1. Blake 2 for 4 tonight. And an RBI. A single in the 3rd inning gave the Dodgers a little breathing room at the time. 3-1. Casey Blake battling hamstring problems. Coming up and when the Dodgers have needed him late in the season and in the postseason. Meanwhile, Boggs has fallen behind 3-0. Mitchell Boggs, rookie right-hander from Dalton, Georgia, 25 years old. Had 9 starts, relieved 7 other games, and he walks Blake on 4 pitches with 1 out here in the 8th.
Boggs basically a 2-pitch guy, fastball, slider. Occasionally he'll get underneath that fastball, get underneath the slider. The fastball will flatten out and be up in the zone. That at bat to Blake, he couldn't get it in the zone, and the slider will really flatten out when he drops underneath it.
Well, here's Ronnie Belliard, who's gotten a nod to play second over Orlando Hudson, who had a good first half for the Dodgers, but Belliard has been strong lately in timeout, and 5 straight pitches for balls thrown by Boggs, and so Molina wants to talk to him. Well, coming up next, Inside MLB, presented by Captain Morgan, with Ernie Johnson, Cal Ripken, Dennis Eckersley, and David Wells, and they will recap the first day of divisional playoffs, and it's been a big day, starting out with the Phillies beating the troublesome Rockies, and then the Yankees beating the Minnesota Twins. Had to be a tad fatigued after their great win over the Tigers. And now 2-0 to Belliard. So Boggs having trouble finding the plate. Seven straight balls thrown by Boggs now. Ball 4, so 2 walks, both coming on 4 straight balls, and runners at first and second and 1 out. So again, bringing you up to date in the highlights you'll see in our post-game show. The Phillies beating the Rockies 5-1 behind Cliff Lee, who went the distance, and the Yankees beating the Twins 7-2 as Derek Jeter, Becky Matsui both hitting home runs. Dave Duncan to the mound. Russell Martin coming to the plate, and Orlando Hudson running for Belliard at first base, and a hand for Belliard as he comes out of the game after striking out twice tonight, Bob. A single and 2 walks, and he scored a run.
A couple of nice defensive plays. Hudson was going to come in to play defense in the 9th inning anyway, so this is a logical move. We talked earlier about Belliard and his groin issues, so Orlando Hudson will take over as a base runner and stay on as the second baseman in the 9th.
So there's Broxton, who is on the on-deck circle right now as Russell Martin comes up. So Martin has been on base 3 times after grounding out in the second, has walked twice, and then was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded to get the Dodgers their 5th run in the 6th inning. Pitch is down low, ball 1. So Blake is at second, and Hudson, the pitch runner, on first. Cardinals have another reliever up, Jason Mott. Curveball for the strike, 1-1.
After Boggs was unable to throw a fastball for a strike for 2 consecutive hitters, Yadier Molina calls for a slider on the 1-0 count. He's trying to change it up a little bit, throw something else, maybe a little bit of a different release point, get him back in that strike zone.
Fastball hit to the right side. Pujols makes a great grab, and a great play made by Boggs at first. On both ends of the play, the Cardinal defense sparkled. Pujols with a great grab, and on his back made the throw.
Well, once again, Pujols over in that hole between first and second. That should have been a base hit into right field. From the seat of his pants, he feeds Boggs, getting over there to cover the bag just in time to get Russell Martin, who was busting down that first base line. Probably an unnecessary head first slide into first right there, but boy, what a play by Big Albert.
And how about the footwork by Boggs at first? just to get that foot on the bag before that slide. So there are 2 out, and runners now at second and third, and Jonathan Broxton, who was 0 for 5 in his career as a hitter, takes ball 1. So Blake, the runner at third, and Hudson on at second. There's a strike, 1-1. Looking ahead to the Cardinal 9th inning, it'll be Matt Holliday, Ryan Ludwig, and Yadier Molina, the scheduled hitters. The 4, 5, and 6 men in the Cardinal lineup, as Boggs falls behind 2-1. So Matt Holliday will start it out. And the Cardinals hope that it's just a 3-run deficit when they get to the 9th. Strike 2. 2-2 to Broxton. Strike 3, and that'll do it. Dodgers lead runners at second and third, and the Cardinals come up for their last opportunity, trailing the Dodgers 5-2. Cardinals batting in the 9th inning against Jonathan Broxton, who came in and got Albert Pujols on the grounder to third with a runner on. And here's Matt Holliday, and he takes ball 1. Holliday has 1 hit in 3 trips, has struck out twice, and was hit by a pitch. Holliday, Ludwig, and Molina against Broxton, trying to get the save for Jeff Weaver, who would be the winning pitcher. And the foul off to the left, 1-1.
Holliday has more at-bats against Jonathan Broxton than any other Cardinal due to his days in the National League West with the Colorado Rockies. However, it hasn't been a good experience for him. Only 2 for 14 lifetime. One ball, one strike, and
Cardinals looking to get some men on base here. Trailing by 3 runs. They've been out hit 12-9. Pop up to the infield. And Hudson and Furcal, and it's Hudson who makes the catch. Hudson had called for it, and Furcal was running in and making the call, but it's 1 out in any event. Malario coverage provided to you by Goodyear. New Fuel Max tires help you get there on less gas. Calculate your savings at GoodyearTires.com.
Now, Furcal wants to catch every ball hit in the air, regardless of where it is, but Orlando Hudson was easily camped underneath that one and called off his shortstop, made the play.
Guess so. So here's Ryan Ludwig, who is 2 for 6 in his career against Broxton. 1 for 3 with a walk and an RBI. Takes inside ball 1. Ludwig drove in the first Cardinal run in the first inning before Molina hit into a double play, ending further damage. And as it turned out, with Kemp hitting a 2-run homer for the Dodgers in the first, turned things around in a hurry, and the Cardinals have been playing catch up since. And there's a base hit lined to right field by Ludwig. So the Cardinals have a base runner with 1 out here in the 9th. Second hit of the game for Ludwig. Yadier Molina coming up now. He's 1 for 4. Molina has appeared twice against Broxton and is hitless.
James Loney is going to turn around and play behind the runner at first base. As hard as Jonathan Broxton throws, most of the balls off the bat of a right-handed hitter are going to come to the right side of the field, just like Ryan Ludwig's base hit to right field. And his run really means nothing at this point anyway.
And there goes Ludwig, and the pitch is fouled off, so Ludwig will have to come back. And the count strike 1.
On a 91-mile-an-hour slider from Jonathan Broxton.
Broxton, 6'4", 295 pounds, from Waynesboro, Georgia. Cardinals on the short end of this in game number 1, but they've got Adam Wainwright and his 19 wins during the regular year on the mound tomorrow. There goes Ludwig, and the pitch foul back on the fastball. So Ludwig says, what do I have to do to get to second base? I know they're not going to throw down there. And the only thing his running does is really take away a game-ending double play.
Well, Broxton doesn't give up a lot of ground ball outs. Usually when the ball's put in play against him, it's a pop-up on the infield or a swing and a miss. The Dodgers are betting that he'll be able to get 2 outs before Ludwig steals his way around the bases.
And they're waving the white towels again. Broxton with the 0-2 to Molina. There goes Ludwig, and he strikes him out for the second out in the 9th. And Molina had no chance as Ludwig goes to second on defensive indifference. Coming up next, Inside MLB, presented by Captain Morgan, with Ernie Johnson, Cal Ripken, Dennis Eckersley, and David Wells. That's coming up as the Cardinals are down to their last out. And Mark DeRosa, the batter, has 2 hits and 4 trips. Rick Ankiel has grabbed the bat on the on-deck circle if DeRosa keeps it alive for the Cardinals. And there's a shot hit to center field. Coming on in is Matt Kemp. He can't make a play, and it goes past him. Coming around to score is Ryan Ludwig, and stopping at second base is DeRosa. It is 5-3, and the tying run will be coming to the plate in pinch hitter Rick Ankiel.
Kept playing a little deep out there in center field. Got a slow start on that ball, and even with his great speed, not able to make it up. Fortunately for the Dodgers, Andre Ethier hustled over from his right field position to back it up. What a turn of events here.
And a double and an RBI for DeRosa, so he has 3 hits. It's now 5-3, and there's Kemp trying to make the play, and so Rick Ankiel A tying run at the plate. Then on the disabled list. But he can hit it, and he can hit one out of here. Fouls off the first pitch and really went out that delivery.
Now, Rick Ankiel is a really, really good fastball hitter. Broxton, with that in mind, started him with the slider once again at 91 miles an hour.
Now, Ankiel has faced Broxton 3 times and has struck out all 3 times against him. Five to 3, the Dodgers trying to put it away here. And another cut. And a foul ball, no balls and 2 strikes, and now the Cardinals down to their last strike. The Dodgers have taken the first game of this NLDS over the Cardinals, winning 5-3 as Jonathan Broxton gets Ankiel on a called 3rd strike as the tying run at the plate to preserve the victory. Jeff Weaver will get the win and Chris Carpenter the loss as Matt Kemp with his 2-run homer in the first inning, overtaking a Cardinal 1-0 lead, and the Dodgers led the rest of the way. And in a game in which we set a major league record for postseason play with 30 men left on base for a 9-inning game, and the longest game in division series history at 3 minutes or 3 hours, I wish, 3 hours and 52 minutes. And the Dodgers beat Carpenter, who the Cardinals were relying on as one of the 2 big 1-2 punch guns on the mound.
I think the Cardinals have to be a little surprised by the outing they got from their ace Chris Carpenter tonight, but give credit to the Dodgers. They came out with a good game plan early in the ball game, attacking Carpenter early before he could get ahead in the count, and once they took the lead in the bottom of the first inning, that was all she wrote.
Matt Kemp with the big blow, and right now he's down on the field with Tom Verducci.
Thanks, Dick. Matt, first inning, the Cardinals give their 17-game winner a lead. Within 2 pitchers, the Dodgers have the lead. Explain your approach against Carpenter in that first inning home run, swinging early in the count.
I was trying to be aggressive first pitch, and he gave one up the middle, and I just drove it to right field and put a good swing on it.
Now, you've seen this bullpen all year today. 5 relief pitchers give up 1 run over 5 in the 3rd innings. How confident are you in that entire bullpen?
Our bullpen is great, man. You know, they've been doing a good job all year, and they got the job done today. We gave them some run support, and we got the win.
Tomorrow, another day, another Cy Young candidate, Adam Wainwright. What's the game plan against Wainwright in Game 2?
Same thing as it was against Carpenter. You know, working, try to get to that bullpen and try to get another win.
Thanks, Matt. Congratulations. Back to you, Dick.
All right, Tom. So the resilient Dodgers with the best record take a 1-0 lead. So for Bob Brenly and Tom Verducci, Dick Stockton saying so long from Los Angeles. Now it's time for Inside MLB, presented by Captain Morgan. Remember to drink responsibly. Right now, here is Ernie Johnson in Atlanta.